their movements. I'll find them.
Target acquired. Staging retrieval.
The signal's blocked. I can't pinpoint their location.
Guess it's up to me then. The echo of truth cannot be silenced.
Warning. Control system compromised.
You want to know how freedom is made? Patience. Violence. Struggle. Evolution. Transformation. Combat. Liberation.
Take Subject 42 alive.
Initiating Operation Ak Canal debrief with Operator Morse.
Got it. Full review, right? You want me to put together a presentation? Come back.
Command has concerns regarding the outcome. Detail the sequence of events.
Concerns?
Patrol at 2 o'clock.
Target down. Boarding.
Mission objective. Verify the contents of Hudson's cargo. Avoid direct engagement. Enemy support is positioned close by. You have 10 minutes.
Stand by the breach. First floor, 3 units. 2 upstairs. They're compromised. Breach! Bob's your uncle. Got evidence. All units, rally at the cargo bay entrance for evac. Now!
After confirmation of the Dark Star fuel, your signal died. Explain that.
Comms failed. It's documented in the report.
You weren't with the team. So where were you?
Bob's your uncle. Something's off. Checking it out. All units, rally at the cargo bay entrance. Unknown acoustic signature at 2 o'clock. Radar empty. Requesting permission to investigate.
Just heading. Increase speed.
The sound's gone. Torpedo inbound! Bearing on 48!
Defensives are down. Torpedo range 600 meters. 400 meters. 200.
Given your performance during the operation, Command has determined you are no longer fit for frontline deployment.
What's that sound?
lie to me. This ship isn't carrying anything good. Got you, mate.
We're pulling out! I repeat, we're pulling out!
Hang in there.
Cargo was confirmed, exposing Hudson's operation. So what is it you're actually searching for? State your reason for joining GTI.
I'm looking for something. Something right in front of you. Something you cannot see.
That will be all.
Can't I just have 5 minutes, peace?
Everly, we've picked up abnormal acoustic signals in the Eastern Sea.
Just dolphins mating. It's that time of year, after all. You won't get away.
Luke Everly, codename Morse. Class, Recon. Morse is a former Navy acoustic intelligence specialist with deep expertise in maritime acoustic environments, making him highly skilled in the analysis and exploitation of sound waves and portable sonar equipment. As an operator, Morse excels in the use of his jammer, a portable sonic device that disrupts enemies by reducing their audio detection range. Morse's advanced sonar device emits sound pulses to scan for enemies, generating markers on their positions.
No more secrets! Jammer out! Point flash! Sending jammer! Throwing delayed flash! Allied troops engaging. Searching for hostiles! Throwing delayed flash! Sending jammer! Throwing jammer!
Shh. The storm is coming.
Well, good evening and welcome into the Delta Force Regional Tournament. This is Season 1 America's Open Quals, and it's Stage 6, folks. The last chance to make it to our Pro League. My name is Goj, and I am very excited to be back with you all here with Delta Force with an amazing last chance tournament for some of these teams. But I've got DK with me. DK, how the heck you feeling?
Hey, I'm pretty excited to see what Stage 6 is going to be going to bring on through. As we know, our teams, they've been grinding their butts off, right? They've had so many stages to work through, and today, as you said, right, it is the big one. There's no more opportunities beyond this, right? This is that final chance to see who's going to be making it all the way into the next phase.
Yeah, that's exactly right. There's a lot of matches that have been happening behind the scenes, some on screen. We had EMEA earlier, the European regions all earlier today, which was a lot of fun to watch. It went all the way to Game 7 of our match. 5 different teams ended up with the mantle brick. It was utter chaos, and I'm sure our North American region, or America's region in general, is going to be a ton of fun here in the booth. Now, DK, as we're about to hop into the matches today, again, like I said, it's Stage 6. There's been 5 other stages of matches leading up to this one. Because it's the last chance, you think the nerves are high for some of these players?
I mean, it's got to be, right? Because they know that there's so much at stake here. I mean, we've seen these teams grind it out day after day, week in, week out. And I mean, this is, again, right, that opportunity to see, can they kind of piece it all together, right? We've been talking about a little bit of it off camera as to who we are going to be looking at today. So I'm excited to see when we get to take a look at how these teams are going to be performing.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. I think there's a lot we need to break down from a rules standpoint, but maybe you're just tuning in to Delta Force and its esports side of things. So let's take a look at a quick video to help break it all down.
Delta Force is not just a shooter, it's a competitive platform. And the mode built for esports is Operations. Operations is a tactical extraction-based game mode where 3 squads of 3 players deploy into a map, fight for resources and objectives, and fight each other. Only the most tactical, coordinated team walks out on top. In competitive play, matches follow a 7-round format, up to 7 rounds played on maps like Zero Dam, Brakkesh, Space City, and Tide Prison. 6 teams compete simultaneously in the same lobby, making every round unpredictable. Teams earn squad points, a combination of elimination points and supply points accumulated through in-game stash value. But the real game changer is the Mandel Brick, a special artifact hidden on brick rounds. Find it, decode it, and your team wins the round. Decode 2 in a single match and the victory is yours. To keep things fair, competitive matches run on a dedicated server, separate from public servers, with special esports accounts and a tailored balance patch. This is the mode powering the Delta Force AM&EMEA and America's Season 1, where 12 teams per region battle through the group stage, the survival stage, and the finals. Now you know the game. Time to watch the best play it.
Well, there you have it, folks. It's all about mantle bricks. We got a ton to break down when it comes to the match rules. All very important things, but I know it'll feel overwhelming as we go through this. Happy to answer questions in the chat. But to break it all down, to start things off, you heard it in the video. You see it in the bottom left-hand corner. The first team to capture 2 mantle bricks win. The box right next to that is the super important part of this competition, though. There are mantle bricks on round 2, 4, 5, 6, and 7. So we're not going to see this entire tournament done in 3 maps, but you could see this match done in 4. We don't have to play all 7. If a team was able to capture 2 mantle bricks at any point in this competition, we will end it right then and there. Round 1 and round 3 do have an air supply, which is a great way to get some high-value loot and set your team up for success in the future rounds. The other thing to keep in mind is that all players will start with 1 million Technic Alloy, where they can start building out their loadouts, which is why round 1 and round 3 are super important. You got to get your eco up if you want a chance to have solid loot for those mantle brick rounds. But just like normal public lobbies, if you die, you lose your gear. This is so unique. It's the only extraction shooter esport out there that's like this. It's just like pubs in that way, that if you lose your gear, you're going into the next rep with a lot less to work with. And look, DK, as we kind of get into the competition, I think there's another fun rule I'd love you to break down to the audience, which is that bottom right-hand corner, those operators. We got a lot of operators in Season Morphosis, what we're playing on with the esports server. Talk to me about how it all works.
Well, I mean, the big thing with the operators is you essentially got to try and pick a good loadout that is going to work best for the kind of strategy or map that you're moving in towards, right? So moving onto a map like Zero Dam, for instance, you definitely want to go for something that would help you in assistance of finding as much of that eco as you can, right? You want to get as high as possible bankroll, and So you want to go for a little bit more of an aggressive loadout when moving into that. So you could be looking at an operator like Nox, Toxic. You go for Raptor, which is quite favored over on this map, and it's really good with that recon, really getting you into those positions and a good assessment as to where the opposing sides go, right? When you move over from that, you go to something like Brakkesh, for instance. That's where you look to prioritize kind of different operators, right? You would go again for still maybe a little bit on the offensive side, something like a D-Wolf, but that is a lot more where you look to play for defensive positioning, right? Because that's when the Mantle Brick comes in. So you want to try and kind of control the angles, but you don't want to waste your high turnover operators unnecessarily, because you're going to need those in the later stages once we get to round 4, 5, 6 and beyond, right? So you want to try and maybe burn a few that you won't necessarily be using, but when we get into those later stages, that's where it really ramps up, right? You can see a lot of the Tempests, a lot of Stingers, a lot of Lunas coming out, and the squads are really trying to be as aggressive as they can and really control kind of the flow and the dynamic across the board.
Yeah, well, yeah, and it's a big note. You can only use 2 operators in total. If you're using Luna in particular, you can only use her twice. So that's a good breakdown of what we could see. A couple quick rules that you've noticed as we've been cycling through these, though. We've got a lot of technicality on the line if you do pick up some kills, but Mantle Bricks are the main thing that we've got to pay attention to. There's a ton of rules that come with the Mantle Bricks, how they're on the map, when they show up on the map, and how long it takes to decode them once you put them into the decoding station. You can see that all that on your screen right now. The big thing to remember, that something that always comes into play, is that anytime the Mantle Brick is in the decoding station, it can be stolen. And once it is, that timer, that decoding timer, is reduced by 30 seconds. That is super important to remember too when you compare it to the game clock. The minimum timer that a decoding station will take to decode a Mantle Brick, if it keeps getting going down after it's passing hands back and forth, is 1 minute and 30 seconds. So if our game timer is less than 1 minute and 30 seconds, or a decoding timer is more than that, you will not see that brick decoded. The other key difference with this competition and compared to some in the past is that if the team that is decoding the Mantle Brick, they die, well, the timer pauses, so it is free for the pickings for any of the teams out there. Now, the way this all works, DK, that I think is really important for the audience to know too, is that yes, it is a team that maybe could get both Mantle Bricks. They could potentially take it all, but also, like I was saying in EMEA, 5 teams got Mantle Bricks, nobody got 2, and it came down to those supply points. We'll talk a little bit more about that here in a little while. I do want to move into the teams that have made it to this stage. This is our last chance. You and I were talking before the broadcast. You've got your eyes on one team in particular. Who's that?
I'm going to say Liquids, right? I'm definitely going to go and give them a shout out. They were the only team out of the squads here on the board that were able to bag themselves to Mantle Brick. So to me, that means that there's a good opportunity and a good possibility that they could have a phenomenal day here. But I mean, that's my one pick, right? I know you have more than one pick. So what's your pick? Who are you going to be looking at here today?
Yeah, it's a good question, and I want to shout out some of those teams that I like here in just a moment. I do want to remind people of the way the map rotation looks, whether you're a fan of Liquids or anybody else. We are starting on Zero Dam, and folks, we're going straight into gameplay, so we'll keep talking, we'll keep setting things up for you, but I know you came here for the gameplay, so let's jump straight into it. It's going to be Zero Dam. This is an air supply round. This is not a Mantle Brick round. This is a chance for some of these teams to get their eco up, get their loot up, so they can kit out their entire, pull in our goals, maybe pick up the AWM out of an airdrop, what have you, as we prepare for the Mantle Brick in round 2, which will be on Brakkesh, as you saw in that map rotation. And then when we go to map 3, yes, the team at last does end up picking which map we're playing, which is a lot of fun. We'll see a little bit more of that later. But I do want to take a look at the loadouts that everybody's bringing in. It doesn't look like we're seeing any scav runs. We've seen that in the past where some of the teams decide to just say, hey, I'm not bringing in any loot. We're trying to save some of that cash. Nope, this time around, I'm seeing all purples all the way across the board, besides an errant blue helmet here or there and some solid weapons to boot. DK, this should be a fun one.
Yeah, I mean, purple definitely going to be it's going to provide you a nice bit of a buffer going into this, and especially looking at the ammo loadouts that we have here, everybody is rocking that blue ammo. So if they get a knockdown, it is going to be an earned one, right? It's not going to be too quick and easy. So there's going to be a little bit of work that needs to be done here for the teams to try and secure that. But it is going to be, as they say when you start the game. Remember, it is time to shoot, loot, and get ready to scoot as we hop into our first match, our first round.
That's exactly right. A couple things, a quick hit about the operators. We'd mentioned what we could see potentially, and certainly seeing a lot of the same. A lot of Raptors in the mix in terms of our operator comps. This is pretty standard on a map like Zero Dam, just because there's so much open air space on Zero Dam. Look, you've all played it a ton. You know this. Raptor gets so much value from that bird eyes view from the drone. And we're already seeing, it looks like our team, Liquid's one of the teams that you mentioned to take a look at, already throwing some damage down range maybe on some opponents. But look, DK, I think a couple quick things to note to everybody is, yes, we do want to keep our loot. It is 800,000 Technic Alloy that is auto-deposited into each of these players' accounts anytime they pick up a kill. Eliminations, kills, they are everything in this competition. When there are not Metal Brick rounds, is a great way to get your money up.
Yeah, I mean, that is definitely something to try and prioritize, right? As we said before, they are going to be pushing that ego, trying to get as much of it as they can here. But it's interesting to see kind of where we're at and how the teams are going to be looking to play through this, as it is going to be Liquid starting off with a little bit of a pressure play, heading up into Visitor Center. I mean, this is always such an interesting kind of compound to move in, right? I mean, it's quite removed from the rest of the playable area, so you mean business when you move in here, right? If you're coming into contest a squad, you want to make it as difficult for them as you can, and I like the approach from Liquid, right? Kind of moving up, coming through from that far southern edge, trying to play for the openings, but fortunately for the side of the opposing players, right, DF, they've got a nice position over to the north.
That's a good shout. We're seeing a lot of action between these two teams over at Visitors, like you mentioned. It's going to be Liquids and DEF. If you're wondering who got the T1 spawns, it's the folks all around admins. You're looking at NT, you're looking at LEG. It's going to be your salmon color, your yellow color on the map. Those are the two teams that pick up T1 spawns. You're on Zero Dam, which means they will not get the Tier 1 spawns going into the Mantle Brick round, worth mentioning. So what are they going to do? They're going to try to make the most out of their admin runs. LEG, they full send into admin, are here mostly alone for now. And because of that, you're already seeing that EX here, LEG, one of the players on our team playing Raptor, it's already got gold armor. So picked that up likely from the boss and has moved on his merry way, trying to get some info of who's going to contest them at admin.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good start. We already did see that Pocket Watch raid coming in as well. And, you know, that is really going to help the teams capitalize on the bank, try and push that eco as high as they can. And this is classic Raptor, right? Just moving through, scouting it out, making sure that your pathway is going to be cleared. So you're not going to be running into any potential upsets here. But as we can see on the screen as well, it's not going to be as easy going here for them just yet, right? Legit also on that on the opposing edge, holding on the east, looking to kind of get their hands on as much loot. But down south, it is still a very much of a standoff position coming through here. I mean, Liquid's not really being in as much of a flow state as I thought they'd be here.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, Zero Dam, especially in these eco rounds, what we've seen through the source of the qualifiers, is you see a couple more reds picked up in transition, is very slow gameplay. Again, all of these teams brought in sizable gear, which just means that if you get on early here, yes, there's some kind of loser round compensations as you go round to round to make sure you're not totally broke, but you'll be going into a Mantle Brick round if you get early wiped off this map with hardly nothing to your name. And so you're going to start with a huge disadvantage. So these teams are going to play this nice and slow, take their time. You probably won't see a fight until late in the map around some of these extract points. It almost always happens around the dam extract with the levers. So you'll see them hiding out on that platform. Maybe somebody ratting through the vents. Definitely saw that in the open calls earlier in the stage about a week ago.
Yeah, I mean, another interesting thing that I'm seeing as well is that DM is really going to get themselves that set up towards the airdrop. So that's an interesting position as they're just waiting. They got about a minute and a bit of change left on the clock until that airdrop is going to be incoming. So I like the position that they're trying to get themselves situated in. I mean, we got DT also not too far away from them, holding up in the station as well. So there is going to be a potential opportunity for a little bit of that a little bit of contention to come in there. But I mean, especially for DM, right? They can get their hands on some nice level 5 gear, and that is really going to help push not only the bank, but also just that level of safety for them.
Yeah, it does look like airdrop, like you mentioned, is dropping into the map right now, and that is right on top of DM, which is a huge win for them. They've set up for this airdrop position. There's a couple different places it can land, and all eyes on BTH to see if they decide to go contest it. Like you said, that could be one of the first fights that we see happen on main. We actually see Liquids moving this direction as well. Maybe thinking, here's a quick look at the map. This is what we're seeing. Actually, all of our teams swarming down to the south now. What on earth am I looking at? The only team not moving right now is DEF. I'll talk a little bit more about them later in the broadcast. You asked me one of the teams I wanted to highlight. It's DEF, certainly a really strong squad. But in the eco round, they don't seem to want this fight right now, at least not immediately, because they knew this Liquids team was at least looking at them. And we're now seeing maybe a fight near Substation, on the south side of Substation, playing around sort of towards the airdrop, but nobody immediately contesting it. Maybe going to play for the second one.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good play either which way, right? It does provide them with a little bit of a buffer to come through. We can see those reds now rolling in as well. Quite a bit of gold. And, oh, the Rolex is coming in. So this is where they are going to be smiling, right? A decent chunk going into their overall eco. And I mean, especially now for DM, the focus here is going to be to try and stay alive, not to get caught out in those rotations. So I'm expecting them to start moving a little bit closer to the extraction point. But as we know, there's still a little bit of time left on the clock before extraction actually becomes really viable at this point.
Yeah, and you can see that DM was able to get the airdrop, and they were actually able to close the gap on LEG, who looted all of admin by themselves and only come out 300k more, now 400k over DM, who got that airdrop. That's how valuable these airdrops can be. But some early engagements here with the Volt arrow, the shock arrow coming in from a Luna nearby. 3 teams in the area, though. This is going to be MT. This is going to be Liquids. This is going to be LEG all together. Liquids kind of on the outside, maybe playing third party this fight if it does open up. MT trying to scoot their way through the power grid, make their way to the main building here at Substation.
Well, does seem like things could be panning out quite nicely for them. I like that little bit of scouting now from NT as well. And is Rapid, though, going to be able to convert that information into some useful points? Because as you said before, right, each elimination here is going to bag them an additional 800k. So I want to see a little bit of scrapping, right? We're going to see a little bit of that pressure being applied, and that seems like exactly what is on the table here as NT starts to move up, looking to contest. They are going to be opening it up here with at least a little bit of that D-Wolf pressure. I like the spray, but is it going to be converted now?
Exoskeleton activated means they're going to go full send, try to get interior and make this fight a little bit even, a little bit more advantageous for them. A nice push through the smokes here for NT. LEG is just trying to connect on an errant bullet through the smoke. Able to get a couple. Oh, actually gets a full knock through smoke over the top. Got a little bit of help. But Amezio is just laying down covering fire and hoping that some of these bullets connect. They know where they are. They know they're trapped in this room. I don't love this push from NT, but they had to get interior or otherwise the high ground is going to be to LEG. So now with player advantage, just a matter of time. These shots still could be a signal flare for a third party. We see BTH close by, but for now, it's just 2 teams.
Yeah, I mean, BTH is there. DF is also just kind of waiting for their opportunity to come barging on forward. So this is definitely going to bring up that heat. But NT quickly going in for that snag, and now they're going to just look to fall back as they have only the 1 player left. So you don't want to waste it all just yet. Want to try and still get out of here with a little bit of that eco in while you still have the chance to do so.
Yeah, unfortunately, for the side of NT, it's just damage control. They're just sending 1 away because they don't want to get full wiped. Who knows, maybe they could come back later and pick somebody up so they can at least try to get some loot before extracting. But right now, it's just damage control. Even just 1 player out could save them hundreds of thousands in Technic Alloy. But we have to tune back over to DEF. This is a team I really wanted to talk about. Equal Plays has been in the competitive scene for Delta Force for years now, quite literally. Farmer Lucas, a little bit newer to the title, but a very strong player and continually getting better and better. So definitely a team to watch out for. But they have lost a player in an engagement with Liquids off screen while we check back in with what's happening on the other side of the map.
Well, one team that I think is looking pretty good here is going to be the side of DM, right? They are all the way to the north. There's nobody really focusing on them whatsoever. So they could actually look to go for a bit of a pull extraction, right? Quickly just work their way into admin, pull the lever, and off they go. Quick and effortless, while the rest of the lobby now still just patiently waiting a little bit of contention here. But I mean, even looking at LEG, right? Legit, they have quite a bit of assets, but they are absolutely pincered, so it's not really looking all too hopeful for them because you can see the rest of the lobby is just essentially surrounding them. So it's going to be a really tough rotation to get out of well, that main station, right? It's not going to be an easy play.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's on the eastern side of the map, outside of visitors, all the way up to substation. That's it. It's the rest of the teams in the lobby. BTH full out of here. And so DEF has fully regained after that engagement with BTH gone and Liquid still in the area. The second airdrop, by the way, is just on the outside of substation. Pretty much the exact same spot the last one landed. And so the win here at substation means more than just 800k technically for the kill and maybe some extra loot, as the last remaining player of NT in deep trouble, trying to at least trade one out and won't even get that. A nice pickup.
Yep. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, that's a CI-19. It's really quick on the trigger. So not a bad choice pushing into those close engagements with. But now the big question comes in, who is going to look to go for that airdrop? I mean, it's just sitting there. It is just teasing everyone. Like, let's see if you've got what it takes to come over and to snack this one up. But also like the pacing coming through here from DF, right? I mean, we've eventually seen them kind of rotate out of that visitor station, or center rather, looking to get a little bit closer up. But now Liquid just on the side, keeping a watchful eye. Meanwhile, DM, they are not satisfied with the loot that they've got, right? They want more. They want to go for a few of those elims as well. This is where you got to play very tactfully, right? Because you could quite easily get just absolutely swept up and just, you know, that's it. It's a wrap.
That's a good shout. DEF smartly not taking this engagement. They really don't need to play through Visitor Center anymore. This is where they spawn. They haven't really been able to leave it. So now that they know Liquids is on their back, they're just going to back out of here, pick up some loot along the way that they so rightfully earned, and then maybe move to this airdrop. And again, this fight for the airdrop is extremely important for a couple reasons. One, it's another airdrop. Two, if you don't know, the second airdrop drops the AWM and its ammo. It's the only way to get the ammo for the AWM is through this airdrop. And if you've ever played with the YAM, it is extremely strong. It is a one-shot machine. And so it is a difference maker when it comes to metal brick rounds in particular. You can see DEF just creeping onto our mini-map right now. Maybe going to try to make a play for it because LEG just hadn't been able to move out of substation since they got here.
I mean, honestly, they've got a really good pathing straight to that, right? Nobody is going to be looking to contest that. As you can see, DM, LEG, all just hyper-focused in on each other. But of course, I think one drawback about the ARM, right, the AWM, is you only get 5 rounds. That's it, right? So you can't run around and take down the entire lobby. You have to be very selective as to how you choose to use that weapon. But yep, it is going to be DEF stepping up, coming through with a sneak. There we go, AWM in hand. Ammo about to load through, and now it is going to be a little bit of sweatiness being applied here as well.
Lapua ammo, extremely expensive, as you can see it adding to the inventory there for equal plays. But a big pickup for DEF means they need to get out of this lobby ASAP. How do we get out? How do we get out fast? Do we try to pay for the extract? Do we go bagless? I think you could say send our AWM member to bagless potentially if you wanted to, or weight restricted rather, up on the ridge. But they're going to head all the way down to the south. Again, every single one of these teams is running a Raptor, so it is very easy to kind of aerial breach and clear, if you will, all of these wide open spaces. But back to some more action we go, DK, as Liquids is still just harrying people from a distance.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting choice going in with the crossbow. Of course, it allows you quite a bit of that stealth play, right? The opposing side doesn't necessarily know exactly where those shots are coming from, so it gives you a bit of an advantage. But I think in a tight position like this, it kind of makes things a little bit more tougher, a lot more challenging as well. And yeah, now it's going to be whether or not DM or anybody is going to be able to take over the major substation here. Meanwhile, DF, their focus is just going to be escape, right? Just get over to the extraction point, and whatever the decisions they make from here, I think, is going to be quite important for them. At least, though, looking at the pathing, there's nobody there to stop them, right? The remainder of the squads all centered up right here in the major substation. So it is essentially a bit of a standoff. Almost call it a Mexican standoff. They're just waiting to see what is going to happen. And DM, it seems like they have now decided to potentially rather go for maybe a contention of DF or look to go for a full extraction.
Yeah, this is a weird one. We are running out of game time. We have less than 3 minutes, and in classic America's Region fashion, we've had a couple fights. We see NT, of course, fully wiped. BTH was kind of wiped off screen. That was by DEF, by the way, who picked up all 3 of those eliminations, and Liquids couldn't third party fast enough. But now everybody's going, okay, wait, we don't have time to pull the lever and get out via dam. So now what? Do we want to extract? Do we want to just get hyper aggressive and play for some kills and hopefully our safe boxes 3x3s are, you know, packed to the brim already? I'm not really sure what the teams are thinking right now, but everybody's playing a little scared because, again, this is last chance qualifier, and unfortunately Equal plays, who's out by himself. The other 2 headed to Bagless, gets picked up in transition. Maybe just out looking for a few kills. Equal, unfortunately, gonna get punished being a solo.
Yeah, but it's not gonna be the worst case scenario here for DF. As you said, the rest of the team is gonna be looking to move all the way up to Bagless. And now we look at the rest of the lobby to see kind of what is the play. Because as you said, rightly so, there's not many options remaining with regards to these squads getting themselves off of here. Ooh, nice little bit of an engagement here as Legit looks to just kind of horn it in. He's going to be trying to push it up, but the play is there. Quick cleanup, 1 in the bag, but still 2 more to go.
Efficacy of Viren coming into play. We talk about comp metas, and Viren is good in certain circumstances, oftentimes using zero jam to get around the map faster, but a nice, well-placed magnetic bomb on the push from Liquids means that we lose Jade of Eyes, and now it's going to be the Bowmaster themselves, Meg, trying to connect on something with a little bit of backup from Mr. Pooty.
Definitely a very creative name. We'll give him that. But the shots now is Mr. Pooty is putting in the shots, getting those points secured. As a quick reaction onto Meg, though, right? You can't get too happy just yet, as Ali G Legit are going to be looking to contest and play the upset.
Yeah, you're gonna have to be a hero here, Mr. Pooty. Let's see what you can do. Picks up a ton of damage. They're just gonna ego chow this, and that's a freebie. Mr. Pooty able to isolate into what would have been a 1v1, but LEG also is thinking, wait, I want to get out. I need somebody out of the lobby. We got to protect some of our assets. So what you don't see is that their third, EXX, is headed up to the crest. They're going to head out via the weight extract. You're going to see a couple members of our team in blue, DM, go out through the paid extract on the south side. 1 through Bagless. So here it is. Look at that. LEG, EXX gonna head out on the north side. This was a wild, weird, and wacky map, but we end up with all 3 members of DM out. 1 member just barely making it for LEG out of the damn crest, and 1 member of DEF out of Bagless with most likely the AWM. What a wild map. Wow, that was unexpected.
Yeah, I mean, definitely quite a different game in comparison to what we saw happening last week, right? The team's definitely going for some different routes here. But at the end of the day, right, DM, they still were able to kind of walk out of this first round with a decent bit of bank going their way. So a few squads looking to play a very strategic game when it comes to just playing the eco rounds.
Yeah, I think it was strategic in some ways, and then in other ways, teams were just like, I'm kind of stuck. There was a lot of folks that kind of just all congealed around one position, and then they were just in a blender. Couldn't move out, couldn't rotate, couldn't pull a lever, couldn't go extract, because if they move, they get punished for it, and they die. And when you get full wiped, you're going into a metal brick round with hardly anything to your name. So all the teams played nice and slow, a little scared in some circumstances, and it worked out for a couple. I can really tip my hat to DEF, by the way, to be able to get a full team wipe. That's 3 kills. That is 800k per kill. Look at this. They picked up 3 and then a 4th on their way out. 4 total is 3.2 mil just in Technic Alloy assets. Wow. Let alone, we haven't even talked about squad points. That is 4 extra squad points, which is the math between your kills, 1 kill equals 1 point, and then your rounded total assets at the end of the day. And so when you combine those, that's basically the tiebreaker if you don't have mana bricks. So DEF, they're going to be at the top of the leaderboard, but LEG did pick up a solid amount of assets and a solid amount of kills as well.
Yep, it's going to be a really good foundational start, foundational play rather, coming through off of our first round here. So DF looking quite happy, quite comfortable, and a decent chunk of change going their way. But looking at what Death was able to do, I mean, just going full on, right? Just capitalizing on the assets, walking away with the lion's share for the squad here. So, yep, DF, they are definitely set up moving into our Mandelbrick round.
Yeah, and I do believe through Backlist, they were able to get the AWM out. You just load the ammo in and see you later. I'm out of there. So that's the majority of some of those assets came from that AWM, that OM. It's going to be a huge value add for them, potentially in the Mantle Brick round if they want to whip it out early and potentially get a nice advantage by putting the first brick on the board. Folks, we're going to take a very short break here in the booth with the Delta Force Regional Tournament here in our open call Stage 6 of Season 1 here at the Americas region. You're not going to want to miss Game 2. It's our first Mantle Brick round and a chance for a team to go up early. Don't go anywhere.
Building up here in administrative, right? There's so many hallways here to try and just work your way through, but Jota really on the action there as they push onto DNA and gets a full wipe.
Out of this, maybe with the perfect timing on this, might be able to find a perfect little bit of a clap, maybe smoking a line up. That's not bad, and doing some good damage, and now needs to reposition one more time. Gets out of the high, drops low. You can see there's just players left, right, and center, but there it is Jota being able to find a good kill onto Loco. Now it's just BK lighting up the kill feed right now, and just like that, you can see NL, they've already lost 2 of their players. This leaves it for 1 player remaining, and look at this, just going open into the streets, just looking for the duel, and it's not even going to stop them at all. This Raptor definitely has a little bit of a bite. That timing is getting low. It's only 7 seconds remaining onto this, so now this is kind of time is the essence, and they just got to get these smokes. They got to run through this as much as possible, but look at that, DNA. They just clean it up one more time, and BK, they're losing players. Like bullets, being able to find the side kill a little bit here, but it's just, again, dropped like a fly.
So let's see whether or not Lutz can actually use that to its full extent. Now getting absolutely blinded, and this is that entry that BK now looks for. Up they come, rather beautiful jump, but NC now just getting absolutely clapped, hit off the hit.
I was thinking like Godly was a really nice little bit of an opener, but
oh my god, you got covered up.
35 seconds still on this extraction, so this is where it gets really nuts. This is where things have to get moving a little bit. You can see that Loops right now just kind of posted up as much as possible. Hacklaw just kind of, again, utilizing a little bit of the abilities of the operator here. Now Phantom's going to get on out like I talked about. And now you saw BK, DNA, NL, and Evo. Everybody just kind of, again, a little bit in this bit of a chaotic situation in the fight in the middle here. It's just a battle of surviving as much as possible. 6 seconds remaining. You have to get to the point now. And this is where, again, look at the kill feed. It just absolutely goes back and forth. And my goodness, you can see that NL were able to escape with the double. Now 10 seconds remaining here for Evo. All they have to do is just hold on to this. It's just time ticking away, and Widows is going to get close onto this, and you can see the decoding trying to get attempted here, but 2 seconds remaining. Is they going to be able to find it? No, they will not. It's going to be Evo. They will be able to find the Mandelbrick, and they have been able to extract it. It's here onto the Mandelbrick. Everything getting spammed away, and MT getting a little bit caught. But look at this! Oh, hang on a second, NL! Look at that! It's an absolute swing! And NT are eradicated. They are removed.
And this is now where it all comes down to that fight, right? Who will be the first one to get their hands back on it? It's going to be BK pushing forward. But NL just looking to close it up and slams the door right in their face. Now it's going to be like bullets trying to pick up a little bit of something. Can get even remotely close to contesting that decoding yet again. They are just a few mere moments away. Up comes Evo. Oh, down they go. But now it's going to be BK trying to see if they can claim it. But unfortunately, they will get denied, and that is it. NL gets it. The mantle brick decoded and is in the bag. 2 for 2.
Welcome back to America's Open Qual Stage 6. We are done with Zero Dam. It was our eco round, and frankly, we had a couple people extract. We had a full team extract through Arcade at the bottom, but otherwise, it was kind of a bloodbath and kind of slow at the same time. I don't know, DK, it was a wild one. Didn't even see the lever pulled.
You know, it's done, it's dusted. We're going to be heading into a little bit of that Mandel Brick. It was wacky, it was weird, but now at least we get to take a look and see what the action is going to be bringing in, exactly where these squads are going to be looking to push towards, and of course, who is going to be our first team to pick up the Mandel Brick here today.
Yeah, no, Mandel Brick rounds totally changed the game. We're going to be moving into Brakkesh, and I'm excited to take a look at overall leaderboards and stats and all that good stuff. But at the end of the day, Mandel Bricks are everything. And we were going just flying through the top of the show. So I do want to remind people, you got to give first today, okay? So AM&EMEA, we had 5 teams get bricks, and it did come down to these squad points you'll now see on the far right-hand side. But if a team gets 2 Mandel Bricks, they've qualified to the Pro League, and everybody else is going to have to figure it out in the next split. So this is where the rubber meets the road in these Mandel Brick rounds. DEF is going to be at the top because they did get 3 players out, I believe. Or actually, I only got 1 player out, but with the AWM, with that and its ammo, plus the 4 kills, put them at 12 total squad points. But then LEG picked up 4 kills as well. So the way this works, again, it's rounded total assets plus your total kills gets you your squad point total. And then Demon Esport, they do pick up 8.9 in total assets, so that'll put them at 10. Everybody else, you know, 5.52, nothing really to write home about. Not really going to be frustrated about how they're going to have to play likely this Brakkesh round with very little loot to work with.
Yeah, I mean, definitely looking pretty decent for a few teams here, so I'm curious to see what their choices are going to be rolling into our very first Mandel Brick round. And essentially, this is the one that matters, right? It helps you kind of set that pace. And, I mean, if it goes well for the team who picks up this one, they get the next one in round number 4, they're going to be smiling, right? Because they are going to be able to close this up really quick and fast. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what Brakkesh is going to be bringing in, where the pressure is going to be applied, and whether or not DEF can actually keep that same kind of pacing that they brought over in the first round. Of course, taking a look at our operator pool, I'm curious to see what the plays and the picks are going to be moving into our round 2, right? Are we going to be seeing a little bit more of that defensive utility being played, or is it going to be just a little bit more of a burn and go opportunity?
Yeah, I mean, speaking of burn, we're going to be looking for a lot of incendiaries. It's going to be a Luru all day. So if you can see, looking at our operator pool, like I said, every single team used Raptor in the Zero Dam map because it was wide out in the open. When you talk about Brakkesh, you can even see it here in our spawn prediction screen. There's a lot of open spaces going into Brakkesh as well. Now, one of the other things about spawn prediction that you can see is that the only rule for spawning is that you can't get T1 spawns back to back. So you're not going to see BTH or LEG in those T1 spawns. Why are they T1? Why are they tier 1 spawns? Because they're the closest to the Mandel Brick spawn, folks. This is going to be a fun one. I don't know if maybe those T2, T3 spawns means coming late to the party means you're going to win that party, but all I'm saying is I'm excited to get into it.
Yeah, I mean, aside from that, you also got to keep an eye on just, you know, getting yourself on. If you got to get the Mandel Brick, potentially looking to go to get yourself set up on the decoding station, looking to contest that play, or looking to go somewhere else. But we do see quite a few of that defensive play coming through now. Shepard, Uluru, all across the board here.
Yeah, as expected, you're going to see a lot of engineers on this map, namely Ulurus. You see it almost in every single comp here for the most part. Actually, a little bit less than I'm used to seeing. I'm actually only seeing a couple there, but you're seeing Shepards in most of the others. The thing that was worth mentioning was LEG coming in full kitted. All 3 of their players rocking all gold, everything. LEG is here to make a statement. That statement is play for the brick and play for the win early. Need 2 bricks to win this entire competition. Getting one at the very beginning is a nice value add, but we're straight into the match, and like we expected, LEG, BTH, not over near the T1 spawns. It's going to be DM closest to the Mandel Brick spawn. But the question for a team in green and a team in pink down at the bottom is, do you stay in the Tower of Babel and play for loot, or do you head up to the brick and play for the win con? And LEG, as expected, in full gold, they're going towards the brick.
Interesting thing that I also saw is that Equal came in with nothing, right? It does have the armor on, but no weapon. So he's going to be looking to knife it out potentially as he's working his way through here. So that is definitely a bold decision to make. But of course, it's easy to grab some weapons coming through from the bots that we are going to be having across the map as well. But for now, it's going to be just a little bit of play over here in the main or the new Tower of Babel as BTH are going to be looking to get themselves set up. Or so far already a decent chunk of change in the back. Liquid also now getting themselves on a little bit of a position here, but it does seem like Liquid is going to be focusing a little bit more on the Mandel Brick.
Well, take a look at the fight happening already on screen. We see one member of LEG already down and gonna get picked up in a yellow timer because there's a third party coming in from DEF. And frankly, if you're a team like DM, you don't really care about getting, I mean, they got the full, they got them on the yellow, but they don't care necessarily about taking the full fight. They're playing for this Mandel Brick. And so they've shown LEG that they're here and they're gonna be playing for the brick. And it's gonna make LEG think twice about engaging in this, especially with DEF this close. And that information is well shared at this point.
Yeah. Well, so now it's just going to be down to how they can look to manage this, and they're just patiently waiting for that decoding to go somewhere as the pressure is going to be on. DM going to try everything they can to defend it. We've seen the Mandel Break change hands quite a few times in last week's games, but not so much over on Brakkesh. So I'm curious to see whether or not DF is going to look to contest it. So far, it seems like that is exactly what they're looking to do, as equal is going to be feeling a little bit of that pressure, but DF now just very kind of decisive with their position. Not going to try and send it all out just yet. Just trying to keep DM kind of on their toes.
Yeah, DEF, LEG, both full gold across the board, fully kitted out, investing a lot of eco into this round because they want this Mandel Brick. DM, they get the T1 spawn, they grab the brick, and they immediately plant it here at Museum. This is kind of a classic strategy in Brakkesh. You don't often see teams grab it and run to a different decoding station. They want to get the brick down early because it at least gives them the advantage of having control of the objective. The question is, how do you set up, and hopefully, how do you take on the onslaught that will be many teams contesting it? I'm just excited to see some early action around this brick. You do not want to go down early. The team that gets the first brick, they don't always win, but it gives them a huge advantage going forward with a lot of burden of responsibility off their shoulders in rounds 4, 5, and even 6.
Yeah, I mean, but also just helps to give you a little bit of that confidence, right? Knowing that you have at least a bit of an opportunity. So I'm curious to see how this is going to play out. But there's still a lot of contention coming through here. So many squads trying to get their hands on that brick. And I think a lot of the pressure is essentially going to be applied once that decoding gets down to super low. Once it starts dipping under a minute, that is where we could be looking at a lot more pushes coming through here. As DM, at least for the time being, are just going to try and kind of keep themselves out of the scopes here.
Yeah, here's DEF. Folks, there's 4 teams in Museum right now, or right on the outskirts of it. You can see them, nearly all of them, on your minimap. And all of these teams in traditional 3v3s are going to be waiting for some of those utility timers. They're going to be waiting for some of these folks to burn some of their util and then take fights, looking for any semblance of an advantage. But when there's 4 teams around, all hell just breaks loose. It's utter chaos, and whoever moves first usually gets punished. So a big standoff here, but still 70 seconds is going to feel like a lifetime for some of these teams before they have to steal. They do not want to scam early. They don't want to lose a player early. We got to make a play for it. And without anybody investing a Tempest this early into the competition as expected, can't really cheese this steal.
Ooh. I mean, you can't really, but does it mean that they are not going to try and do that? I think they could try to do exactly that. As you can see, DF now trying everything possible to get themselves just that extra bit closer. But DM still kind of keeping themselves relevant here. They are going to try and push up quite a few of those mollies now coming out, really looking to heat things up. But look at Liquid trying to steal a quick, easy trade-off, but instead he's going to get traded.
In the chaos, perfect timing. DEF well read on the map. They were able to notice the utter chaos around them, hear the shots being fired and people falling, and they said this is the perfect time to grab the steal. What was a 4-minute timer down to 20 seconds gets reset to 3.5 minutes. DEF just bought themselves a ton of time, and they have the power of holding the brick currently. They don't have to sit on this Mandel Brick decoding station, while off screen, by the way, Tower of Babel, BTH is pulling the face. That's 1.5 mil. But they just wanted to reset the timer. They don't care about it getting stolen right back from DM. They just want more time to hopefully catch some of these teams unaware and give them at least player advantage in some of these fights.
But something we also see happening is it essentially turns into a war of attrition, right? Because they only come in with so many rounds. So you got to be very careful as to which engagements you choose to take, because that could end up you spending quite a bit of that utility. So I want to see, are they going to look to try and make a few sensible pushes here, as we've got Megs also now going for a quick pickup. It's going to be just carrying around their teammate to bring back the full 3Ps. Meanwhile, Liquid, right, they are just frantically searching for any and every opportunity to get themselves closer to that mantle brick and even the contesting teams.
LEG trying to slow walk around. DEF just clearing out both the choke points that they have based on the position they are in Museum. The problem is still kind of pinched. I still put DEF in the best position just because they have full control of both of these hallways. The problem with it, of course, is that two of these teams decide to push at the same time, they're going to be in trouble. So again, you're seeing a couple of these teams invest some of those recon operators, those info operators like Raptor, going back to back on Zero Dam and Brakkesh. Makes a ton of sense with what you're able to find with this drone. And Farmer Lucas going to try to get some intel of where is this team? Oh, they're below us. Okay, so we at least have mapped out where Liquids is. They've been able to pick up their res from earlier. Anytime you have the info, gives you a better advantage in taking some of your fights correctly, knowing that you're not going to get third party if you move within a certain window. And they know that Liquids will not engage with them in this fight against DM if they want to take it. The DM still control of the brick.
Yeah, they do have, at least for the time being, and it is going to be DF trying to get closer and closer. I like the upset, just a little bit of pressure being applied. But now essentially it's just riding on Crab to see whether or not Crab can actually get that position secured, as there's still a lot of that recon being played out. Now comes the push. Let's see whether or not DEF can get their hands on it and secure it. Nice. They do bag it up, and now the table is turned, right? If DM wants it, they're going to have to go out and get it.
Yeah, unfortunately for Farmer Lucas, they did get the smoke down in time, which was nice, and he was able to stick it and grab the steal. But once DM knew he was there, there was no way he was getting out of there for free. He didn't have his teammates backing him up, holding that sight line, because the triple blaster came in to zone them off. So Farmer Lucas is down. DEF with a player on yellow timer do have control technically of the brick right now in the decode, but DM can go right back into it and steal. Now, in the meantime, off screen, we're seeing Meg back on their feet, connecting with the bow and finding a knock. The only team not in this party, not in the area that we just saw at least send one out via extraction in the Tower of Babel is BTH. The other two likely staying on the map and may come join this party very, very late, maybe cause a bit of a ruckus.
Yeah, I mean, but for BTH, it's pretty great, right? Already they have that 4 million worth of assets that they've already been able to bag up so far, and they're going to look to try and capitalize as much as they can, right? Trying to push up that eco as high as it possibly can find itself. And oh, beautiful hit with the crossbow. I just love these plays.
Yeah, that compound bow is very strong if you can hit your shots, and if there's anybody can hit their shots, it's Meg. A great connection there, and picks up the Rolex as well. Well earned, certainly, to find that connection, and that's some extra technicality, but we've got a big fight still on our hands around this brick. A lot of util still landing in the area. A lot of these recon drones still being sent out to try to get info for the next upcoming push, and unfortunately, over peaks and overstays their welcome in that sight line. DM picks up one member of LEG, which is going to force them away from this brick. They're going to be forced to retreat, which is going to give a window potentially for DEF to make a move here. It's going to be DEF versus DM, and they've been able to pick up Farmer Lucas, so it's a true 3v3. Here's a ton more util, some more smokes. DEF still can't make a play over to the mana brick, and now with some of the util on timers, I don't know how they're going to make this push without just full sending and swinging and hoping and praying that they win the bang out.
I mean, that might essentially be their only hope here if they're trying to kind of regain a little bit of that control, but the timer is going to be ticking. It is almost there. The decoding is nearly done. 20 seconds on the clock. DF is going to be pushing up, and now this is DM's opportunity to try and regain a little bit of that territory, but Liquid also getting closer.
Yeah, there's a lot of action going down right now, but the big thing from that engagement is, of course, the steal from DEF, but also the fact that it was Farmer Lucas again that goes down. He's already been to yellow. He's out of here. DEF are a two-man against a full team of 3, and more. Everybody is here in the party. BTH even joining with their duo. It is utter chaos around this brick here in round number 2. It feels like we just got started. There's only 7.5 minutes on the clock, and DM back in control of the decoding station. The minimum is now 1 minute and 30 seconds. It will not go lower than that every single time it gets stolen.
Yeah, but this is a serious case of hot potato coming through here, as it is going to be opening up the opportunity for even more training coming through. The match, of course, slowly just ticking away. We've got 7 minutes on the clock. So if any of our remaining squads still want to try and contest for that mantle brick, they have limited time to do so. It's just hitting under that minute on the decode. Is anybody going to try and step up? Good trade up coming through from Equal here. Is going to find one, but can he find the follow-up and close this now for Liquid?
Oh, what? Oh, unfortunate misstep there from Liquids. Meg goes down. It felt like either the comms were bad or just a complete mistake there from Jada Vise on where the angle was, but we can't talk about it anymore because LEG is now on the prowl. They've picked up one member of NT down below, so NT down to 1, Liquids down to 1, NT with the duo technically 1 down, but DM still on brick and 26 seconds remaining. I don't know if DEF are going to be the ones to play spoiler here. It's going to have to be somebody else. Where does the burden lie? Is it going to be on NT? Is it going to be DEF, or a DM just going to grab it? Equal plays might just stick this.
Oh, and that is exactly what happens. It is now once again in the hands of DEF as Equal stepped up and just claimed it in the nick of time. But as we see, right, things are looking to get pretty tough now for a majority of the squads. The utilities, the weapons, the ammo, everything is going to start running low. Not quite sure if it is going to be able to be changing hands yet again. Now, ooh, look at that though. Mr. Booty is going to be put right on down as Liquid is out of this game.
Yeah, unfortunately for Liquids, Mr. Pretty had to be the hero again. This time, just full sent, because what else are you going to do at this point? 48 seconds, only one team fully eliminated. BTH, one player out of the lobby with most of their assets from the Tower of Babel Spawn they picked up. The other player just trying to play spoiler or maybe try to steal the last moment. With all the chaos that's happening, you never know what could happen. Equal Plays having a game right now. And DEF still with control, but DM with some util invested are going to try to make a move here to go for the steal. And in transition, it's actually NT and LEG surrounding them. NT down below, LEG up above meeting them. Smokes down to the point. Equal Plays just gonna barrel stuff and wins the engagement. One goes down for DM. They're gonna clean that up as well. DEF should get this brick. LEG, the only ones that can go for the steal here, and it's utter chaos, but Equal Plays is cleaning the lobby up with 3 seconds on the clock. EXX does get the steal, and DEF are down to a solo. Too many teams for Equal Plays to handle. We still got a game.
Yep. We still have a lot of game left here. I mean, you can see the teams, of course, so hyper-focused on getting their hands on their mantle brick that they're kind of forgetting about the the extraction point. But it's not going to matter at all here. As you can see, DEF also getting cleaned up. Out they go. Now it is down to the remaining 4 to contest for that mantle brick. Legit, though, they have it under control. And all they got to do now is just defend it for the next few seconds.
LEG, legit Brazil, with a chance to grab this brick. Being late to the party sometimes pays, and now with another full team wipe on DM, the team that started all of this chaos. We now have BTH still with 2 on the map, LEG with 2, and NT have gotten their res and now have all 3 alive. Again, 1.5 minutes is the minimum that this decode can go to. So BTH gonna stick this, gonna grab the steal. It's gonna go to 1.5 minutes, and we still have time. But our game clock is coming in very soon to be a huge problem for these teams. And unfortunately for BTH, they may have grabbed the steal, but they lose one in the engagement.
Yeah, that is going to make things quite challenging now for them. It's all going to be up to their final player to see if he can maybe just contest as he pushes forward. Liquid, or Legit rather, down to that solo now. It is going to be quite a difficult play here for Marino to hold strong, but he is going to try and make a play as Tooth comes through. Is going to be sending everything he can, but unfortunately, they're not going to be able to play too much of an upset. BTH, out they go, but at least, though, walking away with 3 million in the bag.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, a great play from BTH. They pick up all the loot they can, Tower Babel, they get one out. It's a very classic strategy. The other 2 just come to play spoiler and get chaotic, and they almost walked out with the brick. All of a sudden, we find NT, a full team of 3, and LEG down to a solo. our timer is fully paused because BTH had control. This is a free brick for NT if they don't scam here, which they certainly wouldn't in a 3v1. Unbelievable turn of events as all of our teams ended up addressing this brick. Oftentimes, the Americas regions can be criticized sometimes for the slow pace of play, but not when it comes to Mantle Brick rounds, apparently, at least today, when it's your last chance to make it in. Mantle Bricks are everything. You got to win this competition to make it to the Pro League.
Yep, you definitely got to bring everything you can. So far, there's been so much brought to the battlefield here. I mean, essentially, it does look like NT is going to have this one in the back. Timer is going to be quite favorable for them here, as well as we can see the match slowly just ticking away. The armor still looking pretty decent, so it's not going to be too much of a troubling angle here now for NT to try and push on through, as they are just going to be looting it up as well, yeah, on the legit side. But this is all the pressure now riding on Marino's shoulders, right? Can he maybe look to still contest that Mantle Brick?
So here's the thing about what LEG should try to do here. He's got to go for a steal. He doesn't need to live, just needs to get the steal. If he gets a steal right here, it will reset that decoding clock to 1.5 minutes. Look at our game clock. It could just prevent NT from getting the brick. But LEG instead goes for the kills. He's able to get one. Can he get a two-piece? One isolated. The other, unfortunately, barrel stuffs him, and he goes down. That is not only going to be another kill for NT, but it is also going to be a Mantle Brick for them as it comes through the decoding station now. What a round for NT. And what a round for our audience. Holy cow, that was nuts.
It was sweaty, right? But we like it the sweatiness coming through. I mean, NT doing a phenomenal job managing to kind of just deal with the pressure coming in on that legit side. And you know what? I think they did a really stand-up job here, right? Walking away with the Mantle Brick, but now the pressure comes, right? Can they keep the pacing going? Can they come back in round number 4 and do it yet again?
Yeah, I don't know. This one was wild because DM just insta-planted that thing. I mean, they threw that brick down and said, everybody come and get it, and everybody actually bid it. It's unreal. I haven't seen a full swarm, a full send from every team in the lobby on a Mantle Brick like this here in Brakkesh in a very long time. So this was a treat to watch, and I got a shout-out of not only NT for having the best round because they get the brick, but also DEF. You got to remember, each of these kills, these eliminations are 1 supply point, which is basically equal to 1 million in your stash. But also, it's 800k technic alloy that goes to your stash. So it's a gigantic game changer when it comes to our squad points that are calculated at the end. And that'll be the end of Brakkesh. And so I'm expecting to see, of course, NT at the top because of the Mantle Brick. But DEF likely going to be in second after the amount of kills that Equal Plays in particular was picking up. That guy was going crazy.
I mean, it was sweaty. It was very uncomfortable for a few squads looking to kind of just get their hands on that Mantle Brick and just stop the clock yet again. But I mean, I love to see it this early on, but that was only round number 2, and already it is proving to be quite an exciting day.
Yeah, very exciting. I'm just glad people are getting really aggressive. You know, there was a lot of people inside a museum, and there was a lot of fights happening, a lot of good fights, playing around your util timers, playing around your smokes. Really well done from DEF and DM to keep trading back and forth the control of the brick to prolong some of the fights until they felt like they could take them. I don't know. I had a blast watching that. There were certainly some mistakes from what we could tell. I think some of the timings of some of the fights, it felt like some of the teams didn't have all the information that they would have liked to have, whether it's because they couldn't get maybe everybody pinged via the Raptor bird's eye view or otherwise, but still a lot of fun to watch from the booth, and I'm here to have a good time, so I'm having a blast so far.
Yeah, I mean, we did see Raptor having quite a bit of difficulty, especially navigating those pretty tight corridors to move through. But at the end of the day, it is going to be one team sitting at the top, NT walking away with a very decent share. Only 1 kill is what they were able to back, but they do have that Mantle Brick, so they've got the bragging rights.
Look, and I was dead wrong. I thought DEF had more kills than that. Maybe they just got a ton of knocks that were picked up, and they only netted 4 total. So that's 4 squad points. That's solid. But it was actually LEG that picked up the most kills, 6 total kills in that round. And then BTH, of course, being able to come in, pick up 4 kills, and then also because they got the Tower of Babel spawn, pick up 3 mil in technic alloy and send somebody out. I don't know. This is going to be really fun to see the overall leaderboard, but IDC not here on our screen. You can see some of their stats, pick up 2.1 in total assets.
Yep, it shows you, right? You don't need to be the most aggressive team. You just need to be the last team with their hand on that buzzer. And of course, It buzzed quite a bit for the side of Not, so it's a pretty happy day for them so far. But that's only round 2, right? We still have quite a few more to go. At the very least, 2 more rounds, so to see exactly who is going to be that one team moving through to the next phase.
It could be 2 more rounds. We could also go all the way to game 7, folks. If you watched our EMEA region, it was utter chaos. 5 teams ended with the brick. We played all the way to game 7, then had to wait on those squad points. Anything could happen here with Delta Force Esports, folks. You're not going to want to miss our next eco round. We're moving into game number 3. The team in last will get to choose which map we go to. We'll be right back in just a moment.
Record their movements. I'll find them.
Target acquired. Staging retrieval.
The signal's blocked. I can't pinpoint their location.
Guess it's up to me then. The echo of truth cannot be silenced.
Warning. Control system compromised.
You want to know how freedom is made? Patience. Violence. Struggle. Evolution. Transformation. Combat. Liberation.
Take Subject 42 alive.
Down 2. Against the first, against
Welcome back to America's Open Quals. This is stage 6, the last stage, the last chance to make it into the Pro League, folks, and it's just the winner. And we finally have our first team with a Mantle Brick after game 2 on Brakkesh, and it was a banger. Looking back, all 6 teams were into the mix, and it ended up being NT that grabbed the brick and now have a sizable advantage on our leaderboard. DK, that was a lot of fun.
I mean, that was absolute carnage and chaos, and we'd love to see it, but of course, we're not going to be heading back into Mandelbrick just yet. Of course, we are instead going to be heading into a little bit of that airdrop play, as we do need another round of ego. But speaking about ego, though, not sitting on a very comfortable 6 mil and those 6 squad points coming in alongside that Mandelbrick, but very close behind them. Of course, based purely on points is going to be legit Brazil. They're currently sitting with 18 squad points, so they're going to be the team to catch. If not.
Yeah, no, this is a fun conversation about how our leaderboard works. If maybe you haven't tuned in a ton, it's Mandelbrick's first and then squad points second. So it's funny because Not has 6 total squad points, which is last in the lobby because they really haven't been able to do much of anything. They come in the latest to the party. They pick up the 1 kill that they needed, and they have a little less than 6 million total assets because it rounds down. And so because of that, they only have 6 squad points, right? But it doesn't matter. They got the brick, and you're just trying to win. So if they get another brick at any point in this competition, GG's, it's over, and Not is moving on to the Pro League. But for a team like legit Brazil, they're in a still very solid spot where if they get a mana brick, they're going to win that tiebreaker of those squad points and likely be at the top of the leaderboard. But it does look like our team in last has decided to pick Tide Prison. So we're headed to Tide Prison. We may see quite a bit of swimming today here on Tide Prison and some crazy cruddy corners. Should be a lot of fun and a lot of crouch walking.
Yep, but we love to see that. So, of course, we are moving into a little bit more of an indoor play potentially as well. So I'm excited to see how this eco round is going to work out, and could we potentially maybe have DEF going for the top spot once more, or could this be that opportunity for Not to come through and try and bring in a little bit of an upset here? And of course, still the operators are going to be pickable. Ideally here, I'm going to be looking at like a Nox Gizmo Hacklaw loadout potentially coming through here. That's what I think would be a really good combo.
I think all 3, you know, some mix of those plus others. Maybe you throw your second or first Shepherd. Maybe for some of those teams that haven't used Shepherd yet, you could throw that in there. But definitely going to see Nox utilize, Hacklaw utilize. There's no question about it. They have a ton of value on a map like this because of how many, I call them cruddy corners, but how many close CQB fights and rat fights, if you will, hiding in corners, sneaking around. That's Nox all day and Hacklaw coded. So you're going to see that a lot here in this eco round. Also, you can see the spawns, of course. DM, Liquids picked up the T1 spawns over on Brakkesh, and so moving into Tide Prison, they will not be there, but could be anywhere else. This is best case scenario for them because that does allow them, when we go back to the Mandelbrick rounds, to potentially get T1 spawns again. So pretty good rotation for them. But otherwise, here in our Tide Prison round, I mean, something else to consider is that, yes, it is an airdrop round. There's also something interesting about Tide Prison that they have a supply mission, the GTI supply mission. Plant those charges, get that loot, and that's how you get the AWM, the ARM, in this map. So let's take a look at our loadouts as we go into our eco round and see if we can pick up anything. You know, namely, I'm still seeing Meg rocking that compound bow, not changing anything at all, besides this time not wielding any armor at all or helmet, saving the money for later. I respect it. Let's see what they're able to do in this map.
It's going to be an exciting one indeed. And of course, they also get 10 rounds for the AWM, right? The AWM. So if you want to try and capitalize on, if you've got the first 5 that we saw coming through on our first eco round, this is going to be that opportunity to now sit with potentially 15 total rounds. And I think that's where you could really look to start utilizing the AWM, right? Speaking of which, it is going to be Liquid starting us off there up towards the northern side of the map as they go ahead, going for a potential mission here. Looking to just maybe to push and make a little bit more happen for them.
Could see an early engagement on the south side of the map right now. I would love to take a look at that DEF, NTP, potentially NT rosters about to engage. It looks like they're sprinting at each other on the south side and have picked up a read through the window. Yep, you can spot each other. They know that they could get in an engagement. Now, here's the thing about Tide Prison. some of these teams, this fight could take, I know they're right next to each other, this fight could take a very long time. We're not going to just bust open the door and bang out a fight that we don't have to. And so you can see NT not even trying to elongate the fight. They're just going to run, tuck tail, and hide. And DEF are going to say, do we hunt them down? Probably not. Let's just get whatever loot we can and maybe play for that GTI supply mission later. Go for that AWM, that or maybe just loot up south side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, that is probably going to be the bit that makes the most sense here. And I mean, NT, I think this would also be a great opportunity for them also to try and increase their eco because they only have that 62k that is currently allotted to them that they've been able to find so far. And especially moving into Space City a little bit later on, right? You want to try and get as much eco as you can because it could turn into quite a bit of a sweaty engagement.
And as you're looking across our operator selections, as we rotate around the map to each of our teams, you actually see that LEG have invested 2 and all, if you will, of their Nox selections for this match. Of course, potentially going to map 7 means that all of our operators will be reset, as it does look like Eagle Plays picks up some champagne. Nice find. Well, 333k. But yeah, 2 Noxes for the side of DEF as well, and a Hat Claw. This is pretty standard meta when it comes to Tide Prison. So we'll see what value they can get from sneaking around and making, well, frankly, just not a lot of noise.
Full-on stealth approach, that is what they are going to be looking to go for here. I'm curious to see what Equal will be doing, but in the meantime, it is going to be Farmer Lucas also bagging up a little bit of bank there as well, adding that 400k onto the overall tally. And now they sit on 1.3, so it is looking pretty decent for DF. But the big deciding play here is going to be, are they going to look to just kind of go for that ego push, or will they try and pick up a few players along the way? Meanwhile, Liquid, though, they're just pushing all the way to the side, looking to be quite removed from the rest of the lobbies.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you make of this play, though?
Well, I mean, here's the thing, right? In normal pubs, you're not necessarily fighting around these staircases, but out here in these super sweaty competitive lobbies, there's people hiding everywhere. There's fights happening on the outside of the map, rotating down to West Lookout area, just trying to rotate into the south. And so LEG was just clearing every push to try to figure out where they can go to play the south side of the map. So they're just double checking everything. All seem kosher. They're ready to rock and roll down in the south. So DEF are already here, though. They picked up a sizable amount of loot, like we've seen pop up the Reds. And they're going to breach and clear each of these rooms. The problem with Tide Prison, I think, from a competitive player standpoint, is that you do have to move slow. I actually like this pick from Meg. Again, Meg didn't come in with hardly anything besides the bow, but went Sediva, so they at least can block and get some intel by peeking corners and not risk of being one-shot. And is able to find at least some purple armor on some of these NPCs around, so not completely worthless. Or actually, it looks like, based on a quick look at their inventory, actually a teammate brought that in for them. So nice pickup there. But regardless, head very exposed with the baseball cap.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a very, very bare bones loadout coming into this round. So yeah, we'll see how that one is going to work out for Megs and the rest of the team. Meanwhile, we are going to be jumping right back over towards DM, who find themselves a little bit more towards that northeastern side, as they are going to be looking to head over into construction area, potentially just making their way through, looking to go and do what they need to. But I like this from Legit, though, right? I mean, as you said, they've moved in, they've now cleared out the southern side, and now that they know that there's nobody there to pose any threats to them, they're going to start to make their way in here and just look if they can maybe bag up a little bit of something.
Yeah, if I'm Legit Brazil, I think the question mark right now is, what are we playing for? Are we playing for the airdrop? Are we playing for potentially... there looks like they're playing for some information spotted on the zip line and throwing some bullets down that actually connect on Meg. They do get a bit of information of where this Liquids team is. And again, Team Liquids was bottom of the leaderboard, so the Liquids team... they chose this map. They wanted to be here. So we'll see if maybe they can start jumping up the leaderboard on a map that they wanted to see, whether it was just to cause chaos because Tide Prison is a lot very different from a lot of our other maps or otherwise. But Equal Plays, unfortunately, overextends and was thinking maybe you could get a freebie on LEG who were rotating via these zip lines, but instead it was vice versa.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, free pickup. Fortunately, though, for DF, not much happening off of that just yet, right? The player is down, but not out of the match just yet. Now it is going to be push, push, push. as Legit are going to be looking to capitalize, right? They've already weakened the side there of DEF, so this is a good snowball potentially now for them.
And again, reminder that Legit Brazil, LEG, technically top of the leaderboard when it comes to squad points, but NT is the team at the top right now because of the Mantle Brick. They're playing around the south side because of the airdrop, which did spawn over on this side of things, which will get you some nice loot and potentially some gold armor. Pick up a champagne, pick up the Gazelle, nice disc, solid loot across the board, and a fossil to add a little extra to it. You can do some quick math on your screen right now. That's a little over like 1.2 mil or so. So that's a nice pickup in the airdrop. This is the reason you want to play for it. And LEG getting that early knock on DEF forced everybody else to not be able to play for it. They pick up the most loot, and they're going to maintain their top spot in terms of the supply points category if they're able to keep all of that loot.
Yep. The only thing that they are going to have to do, though, is come in hot and swinging when we move into our coming few rounds here. As we know, it is still going to be a fight overall for those Mantle Breaks. But this is going to set them up quite well, right? If the Mantle Break doesn't necessarily go straight over to a team like NT, for instance. So I'm curious as to what the rest of the lobby now is going to look to do in response. DM, though, all the way up towards the north, looking to kind of just make their way through. Again, going to be looking to bag up as much as they can. But here we go. DEF, though, is going to be pushing up and just taking out a few of those bots along the way.
Yeah, something you consider if you take a look top middle of your screen. You can see that LEG, yes, they did get the airdrop, but there's not two airdrops on this map. There's that GTI supply mission, that supply operation that I talked about before. It'll spawn here in about a minute. That's what that timer's for. That's how you get the on this map, and it is 10 rounds, like DK said, all inside that iron gate. You just plant that C4, breach the iron gates, grab those supplies, and boom, you've got yourself an So likely going to see the teams playing for that here in just a moment, because it is a huge boon going into those Mantle Brick rounds. Having a sniper that is that deadly, it forces teams to respect you if they hear the shot.
Yeah, I mean, they might not only respect you, but they might fear you a little bit as well, right? Definitely don't want to get caught out in your line of sight anytime soon. But in the meantime, it's going to be NT here, and the DEF also finding themselves in pretty close proximity. Quick little bit of a scan coming through there, as Hacklaw is just doing its thing, just not finding anybody just yet. We can, of course, see on the map, DF is relatively close, but again, that's where the range comes through, right? So Hacklaw just in the immediate area. Now it's going to be that push as a slow advance for the NT side. They want to try and play that full stealth mode.
A good shot. We did see a quick look at that map view, by the way. It did look like LEG as expected. They got their loot from the airdrop, and they are headed out of here. So they're hanging out on the far south side of the map. Going to get out of the map whenever that extraction point opens here in about 2 minutes or so, I believe. Should see them leave first. All these other teams potentially playing for this mission here on the north side of the map. DM going to play this nice and slow. Bulletproof glass means that you can get some info and then figure out how you want to address the fight if you choose to, or do we just back up?
I mean, sometimes backing up is the best thing you can do, right? Not necessarily stepping forward and getting yourself caught out in those altercations. But this is going to be good for DM, though, as they know exactly which direction the players are situated ahead of them. Of course, we can see them right there on the map as well. But for DM, it's going to be a big call, as BTH is going to have to step it up considerably here. I mean, they've been trying to contest it back in round number 2, but can they do something happening, or can they rather make something happen here in round number 3?
Aside from the knock earlier from LEG, some of the first shots fired on this map, like we said, it was going to be slow. Oh, no way. You can see the gun of one member of DM here. I don't know that they know that Toot has made his way right here on the other side of the door. If we see a crouch peek through this door, you're going to see one member of DM go down. Both of these isolated as solos. And then there are 2 duos all in an engagement. But on the other side, Liquid's in a bit of trouble, or causing that trouble, rather. Equal Plays goes down. Jada Vise has found his first. And they're going to push the equation here. And Farmer Lucas is on the run with 1 down and Equal Plays crawling. They're throwing out all the util that they can, throwing the flashes out to at least make this push a little bit less viable for this team. As in the meantime, oh, we barely missed it. 2 biding his time, was able to pick up one member of DM. Their fight's now all over the place happening at the same time, but DM in deep trouble, as it does look like the Nox disc does land as well, and that's another member of that team down, and now all of DM is gone.
Yep, they just got wiped. A quick takedown, as we did see that play now just happening so effortless, actually. But it's not over just yet, right? NT and BTH also going to be looking to get a little bit cheeky here, as both squads are going to be moving in. Toot, though, already with that that one kill in the bag. Can he find himself a few more? He's just waiting for that, but of course we are going to take a look at exactly how it unraveled. Rapid with the shots up top is going to be picking up C-Bot. Oh, I mean, NC, Rapid, they just made that one look so clean.
Well, it was just a really good replay to show us that it wasn't a true 3v3. I was wondering where the third fell, because we only saw two fall in this fight between BTH and DM, and it was actually the help, the third party of NT, that DM was caught in between. So a nice angle there from NT to creep up, play super ratty, and it worked out well for him to pick up one of the eliminations, and that helped DM get full wiped. Now, we have a true 3v3 here in mid-map, and unfortunately, Toot overextends down to 1 HP in a dream and on the run. BTH maybe in a bit of trouble here if they let Toot go down, but luckily he's able to sneak out of there, and it looks like NT is not going to full pursue.
Yep, not a bad play. Good recovery coming through now. BTH are going to look to reinvest those health bars, as they are just keeping a very close eye on the side of NT. Ooh, a little bit of precautionary play coming through here from the side of BTH now. But it doesn't seem like NT is going to be too phased by that just yet, right? They are just going to try and play for the overall eco here, already with 2.1 mil in the back. This is going to set them up so well moving into round 4.
We are running out of daylight here, folks. These games go by quick. 5.5 minutes on the clock. An angle. Looks like BTH Toot's still quite low. And we almost lost another up on height. This NT fight versus BTH is certainly going in favor of NT, as we do see one member, CHH1, down. Toot in trouble. Lord Jocko, now as a solo, is thinking, maybe I just get the heck out of here. Either way you look at it, this is a bad fight for BTH, and they know it.
Let's see now. Can they maybe recover from this? Rapid looking pretty decent. Just full sending it, trying to close up the position. But for Toot, things are looking pretty grim, as he is going to be fully sent on. Oh, I like this though. Rapid has a pretty good idea, and NT now can just close up. Oh, and that is exactly what they do. And that is it, right? BTH now essentially down to just the solo. So not quite sure whether or not BTH is going to be able to survive for the remainder of this round.
Yeah, I'd love to kind of swap around the map and see what else is happening. Liquids, we saw briefly there, picking up some epic armor is nice for them. We're able to complete some stuff in the area and move on their merry way with some nice 300+ K armor. That's going to be helpful for them in the future, especially going into a Mandelbrick round. So they're likely going to try to get out as well. We should see LEG still just holding south. We see, of course, equal plays down. Actually got fooled off of Yellow Timer. Farmer Lucas and Deathwing couldn't go pick up equal, so they're going to be playing as a duo. But the first team to get out of this lobby should be LEG, and maybe it'll be the only team. And we are desperately running out of time.
Yeah, it does seem like they are going to be looking to go for that, but Liquid is pushing up on LEG as well, so we could see a little bit of a fight for that extraction coming through, as LEG now is going to be placed on the defensive. Meanwhile, NT also trying to close it up as they push on forward, but look at DEF rushing straight on in, guns blazing, picking up Nox left, right, and center.
Huge fights happening on both sides of the map. The north side, of course, goes to the side of NT. Utter chaos. On the south side, though, it was LEG versus Liquids all around the extraction point, and it was a nail-biter. And it does look like, unfortunately, yes, we do get Meg out, which is huge, and I do believe Meg actually had that epic armor. So I think this is still a win if you're a Liquids fan. But unfortunately, with that fight, it was all three members of LEG getting out. And reminder, LEG got the airdrop. LEG just got paid. That is a fantastic lobby for them, but also a great one there for Liquids. Jada Vise Mr. Pooty probably have a decent amount in their safe box. As you can see, their total assets this match around 3 mil. Overall, a great rep for both of those rosters. But up on the north side, it's picking up our teammates and seeing what we can scrap together in the final 2 minutes in this BTH versus NT fight that's been happening since the beginning of the game almost.
Yeah, I mean, it's been going on for quite a while here. And, I mean, BTH still going to be trying to recover as they still have 2 players in the fight, but they don't have a lot of bank really to do much with. But let's take a look back at
Here we
all
go.
the insanity and lay down south. Oh, Liquid stepping up. The one goes down, and the rest, of course, trying to recover from that. But as you said, right, Megs able to escape, and that is going to buy quite a bit of time now for the remainder of Liquid to just go and cause a little bit of mayhem.
Yeah, potentially rotate up to the north and catch somebody trying to go through pipes, but I don't think we have enough time for that at this point. We're going to slow walk and look for those kills. Again, these eliminations are everything. 800k technically straight to the bank. And it's a full supply point, which is equal to total assets of 1 million. I mean, this is a ridiculous amount of value if you can pick up these eliminations. So even this crouch walking here from Lord Jocko makes sense. You can pick somebody up that is unaware of his presence, especially when he hears the footsteps nearby. Something to consider. Now, another thing to consider, folks, we're hyping up this GTI supply operation. Nobody's done it. The will stay on the map. We do see Rapid actually going to try to sneak out here underwater, which is a nice value add for them to at least get one member out of this lobby. Able to get that in the last 60 seconds. Very well done. But a slow map with a couple of very important fights all happening at the same time. And yep, Lord Jocko gets paid. Sometimes the ratty plays, they just work. And playing patient, NT had no idea that he was still here.
Ooh. Now Dawson now stepping up, looking to make a bit of noise as he finds himself a quick trade-off as well. So fair play, right? 1 for 1. But what is going to happen now for this final push? Is it going to be Lord? Is it going to be Loud? Only one of them will be able to walk through this. Lord quickly just doing a little bit of that recon, knowing that there is going to be somebody posing a bit of a threat. But yeah, that clock is going to punch the time for them instead.
Well, that'll be it. This fight a little bit too delayed, and yet again, another weird map. Some interesting fights down on the south side, of course, around the airdrop. LEG get paid because of it. They're able to win the airdrop, pick up at least one elimination, which put equal plays down, I believe, to Yellow Timer, and they got picked up again. Or maybe they just couldn't get the res. I didn't able to see it on our observer view. So either way, DEF lost a player. They weren't able to make a huge impact on the map. LEG, they get the airdrop, and they get out. Now, Liquids, still a decent map from them as well. That was the team that chose Tide Prison. That was the team in last. They desperately need a good one. They got a decent one. They're going to need a couple more bangers or maybe just a couple mana bricks to start topping this leaderboard.
Yep, that's definitely what they will have to bring on through. But of course, what better way to get that done than other than moving into round number 4? Right, round 3, very exciting. And again, quite an interesting few fights that we saw erupting all over the place. But it's all going to come down to who is going to be able to get their hands on the next few mantle bricks available. Are we going to move to round 5? Are we going to move to round 6? Only time will tell, but not. Definitely looking pretty comfortable with those 7 kills and a decent chunk of assets that they were able to get out of this round.
Yeah, NT was just kind of farming up on the north side of the map, like playing around the mission, playing prevent the from getting into play, I suppose. They end up fighting a couple different teams, and they pick up some nice value on DM. They help team wipe them with the help of BTH, and then they mostly team wipe BTH. So they pick up 7 total kills with, you know, those reses included, and then re-knocks and re-downs. I mean, NT this is a very strong game from them, and you got to remember, this is the team that was already at the top of the leaderboard. They already had a mana break, but their supply points were abysmal. So this will help them if it does go to a tiebreaker later, at least be able to play in that tiebreaker and potentially still top the leaderboard even without a second mana break.
Yep, just shows you this is where every little bit helps. And so the teams are going to try and get themselves set up as well as possible moving into round number 4. And as you said, right, Mantle Break, this could be a changing position, especially for a team like NT. They've already got that one Mantle Break in the bag. So I'm expecting them to kind of try and be a little bit closer to them. I'm not really convinced that NT is going to be the team to try and push it in round 4 to go for a straight double Mantle Break win.
You never know. Look, I will say this. Stage 6 has been fun. Stage 5 was earlier today, not on broadcast. And in both of those groups, the team that won, Inc. and Evo, who have already qualified to the Pro League, They did it in double a brick fashion. They did it in round 4, closed things out very quickly. Who knows? We could see a repeat of history here today. Those two teams already in the Pro League, one more to crown, and a couple other teams that have earned their spots earlier in the stages, back in stage 3. This will be our 5th team to make it, folks. You're not going to want to miss it. It could end in the next map, so make sure you tune into what will be game 4.
You want to know how freedom is made? Patience. Violence. Struggle. Evolution. Transformation. Combat. Liberation.
Take subject 42 alive.
Oh, can't I just have 5 minutes, peace?
Everly, we've picked up abnormal acoustic signals in the Eastern Sea.
Just dolphins mating. It's that time of year after all. You won't get away.
Luke Everly, codename Morse, class Recon. Morse is a former Navy acoustic intelligence specialist with deep expertise in maritime acoustic environments, making him highly skilled in the analysis and exploitation of sound waves and portable sonar equipment. As an operator, Morse excels in the use of his jammer, a portable sonic device that disrupts enemies by reducing their audio detection range.
Morse's advanced sonar device emits sound pulses to scan for enemies, generating markers on their positions.
No more secrets! Jammer out! Pulling flash! Sending jammer! Throwing delayed flash! Allied troops engaging! Searching for hostiles! Throwing delayed flash! Sending jammer! Throwing jammer!
Shh. The storm is coming.
Everly, a Havoc recovery is on the target. Acoustic signatures match your mark signature with high accuracy.
Record their movements. I'll find them.
Target acquired. Staging retrieval.
The signal's blocked. I can't pinpoint their location.
Guess it's up to me then. The echo of truth cannot be silenced.
Welcome back, America's Open Qual Stage 6. We're moving into our second Mantle Brick round and round 4 overall in the last match of the Open Quals. One more team will make it to the Pro League, folks, and I can't wait to find out who it is. DK Coach here, and DK, last map was an interesting one. It wasn't quite as much of a bang out as map 3 was, but still some interesting engagements, some nice fights around some extraction points, and overall, nobody picking up the in that map means that the map will be a little bit more wide open than they were expecting moving into round 4.
Yeah, that definitely does make things quite interesting coming into round number 4. Wow. But if taking a look at our leaderboard, I mean, not right. They went from sitting on 6 million in assets now all the way up to 13.4, awarding them the glorious 21 squad points. And I mean, if Legit is going to try and play a bit of a catch-up here, right, there is a big opportunity for that, but not. They've just now essentially got to set themselves up. I wasn't very convinced by not, but I can't say that I'm not convinced by them.
No, I mean, look, their squad points went from 6 to 21. It's unbelievable, the leap that they made. Again, they were at the bottom of the leaderboard if they didn't have a Mantle Brick, and now they're at the top of the leaderboard because they have the Mantle Brick, and they're near the top in squad points. They're only 2 points behind Legit Brazil. So if Legit Brazil, if this all remained equal and Legit Brazil got the brick next round, yes, Not would be in second, but only barely, which is a huge boon for them, because I do want to remind everybody that, hey, look, folks, EMEA was earlier today, and 5 teams ended up with a Mantle Brick, so it came down to those squad points, which again are calculated 1 point per kill, and then rounded total assets. Just move the decimal plates a couple times. If you see 13.4, that is 13 points for that 13 million. But we are moving to Space City. This is where the rubber meets the road. This is where comp feels fully online. Space City, I think most people love it, and we're going to see it 3 times in a row. You know what else we're going to see quite a few times in a row here, DK, is a lot of Tempest.
Yes, a lot of Tempest, a lot of Luna, but not too much, right? Luna, of course, hasn't been picked up just yet, so there is a bit of an opportunity for the teams to really go for that aggressive play. But I think we could also maybe sneak in a few stingers along the way as well, right? We've seen stinger being utilized, we've seen Hacklaw being played here, so I'm very curious to see what exactly that loadout is going to be.
Yeah, quick look at the T1 spawns. This is an interesting map because the T1 spawns, technically very valuable. You can see who can and can't be at each of the spawns. DEF and Not had the T1 spawns on Tide Prison. You will not see them on T1 spawns here in Space City. The problem with the T1 spawns is we've seen a couple teams get, I say, tripped up by the Westgate entrance into the central part of Space City. So that one can be a bit dangerous, especially with how close you are to that T3 spawn on the northwestern side of the map at Dormitory. So some fun early engagements potentially, but you brought up a great point. The thing we're going to see is 100% we're going to see Tempest. So valuable on Space City to grab the brick. Here's a look at it. Every team except for DEF and DM are running a Tempest. And then the other thing you mentioned is Luna's. Very valuable to get that information from the recon arrow, and the shock arrow can be nice to zone off a Mantle Brick steal potentially. The other thing you mentioned was also Stinger. We're seeing a lot of folks that got smokes because you desperately need smokes here on Space City. So a great breakdown. It'll be fun to watch what these teams are able to do with that comp.
Interesting thing that we also see is that very defensive loadout, right, coming through with Shepard and Uluru, right? That definitely is a different kind of approach that we've seen being utilized as well. So some teams looking to get aggressive, some teams looking to use the defensive in an aggressive way. So pretty curious as to how that could look to play out here. But it is going to be a send now, right? DM already starting to push in, coming in from that western side. They're having no troubles moving forward. But Liquid, though, they are going to be focusing straight over onto Legit yet again.
Yeah, it's an interesting play from Liquids. I was going to call them out because DM, yes, they get another T1 spawn. They had one on Brakkesh a while ago, but they were eligible for it again here on Space City, and they get it. They go to Westgate, they full send, and aren't stopped by anybody. And we're picking up rocket fuel in this day and age? All right, DEF, nice find. By the way, they find that over at Printing Room and Assembly over on the far eastern side of the map, so that'll do. But yeah, surprised to see Liquid's full send command center like this. I thought they were going to maybe play for Westgate and play for the early engagement on DM, but DM have made it all the way to Centrifuge.
Well, definitely some interesting tactics coming through here. Liquid now getting a little bit of contention up on towards the northern side, but Meg, though, looking pretty decent, right? Coming through with that the Saniva setup here is going to make things a little bit more challenging, especially for NT to contest. But I mean, Megs looking to get this one a little bit more smoothly now, as just quick fallback is going to allow for a little bit of continuation here. And NT, I think they might have a false sense of security here.
Yeah, this is Meg's second time, by the way, to run Saniva and the bow. We'll see if they can get paid for it this time around. But our mana brick is now online. A quick eye in the sky of the station and what's going on around it. It does look like LEG, DM, and BTH could potentially all play for the brick. BTH going to be late to the party. LEG going to be early. Of course, we're going to use Tempest's ult. We're going to grab the brick, potentially use that ult to backtrack all the way back to our team. And it doesn't look like they were actually able to grab it. So we're going to have to back off and wait for that util timer to come back online. It's going to take a little while. And a little bit of who's going to cross the road first. As DM now. Maybe going to make a look at this brick in a second. But it's still at spawn.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, okay. Or just get it for free. All right, never mind. Don't need any ults. We don't need anything. We'll just walk up and grab it. DM's gonna let that one go by and go, oh, whoops. Now what?
Like, sorry you missed out. But now that you have the opportunity, of course, to try and come through and contest it at the decoding station. So interested to see where exactly the teams are going to look to get themselves situated and set up for the push onto this. Ooh, quite a bit of a jump coming through from Legit as they now move in. It is going to be them starting that decode, and the timer has been set. And cue the chaos, please. Bring in the teams. Bring in the carnage. You want to see the upsets and maybe a few hand changes coming through with regards to that mantle break.
Well, we've gone indoors, folks. Talk about CQB. It looks like LEG has noted that DEF is on the run here, moving towards them. A very quick plant, but at least not the plant I was hoping for. It'll be Utter Chaos and Carnage on the point, like you mentioned, TK. CQB fight over here at test range is, let's just put it simply, it's going to exchange hands often. Now, LEG have a nice spot up on high to potentially grab the early trade. Smoke should come down from DEF. They know they can potentially steal this. Not quite for free, but because it's interior, there's just so many positions. Yes, you have angles on high ground over here in test range where you could get, potentially shot from. But you're not going to get third-partied unless somebody's barrel stuffing you because it's tucked away in a corner inside of the test range. So it's going to come down to utility usage. It's going to come down to those incendiaries from the Ulurus. It's going to come down to some of the frags. It'll be fun to watch if we get there. We'll see how many teams decide to go for this one.
Well, interesting thing that we see the players there from Legit Brazil taking their position up in the blue room, right? Last week, we had the players from Never Lose going for the exact same setup, but they weren't able to get that mantle brick. It wasn't theirs just yet, right? Evo came in and stole it from them. And so I'm curious to see whether or not the players from Legit Brazil are going to be able to kind of handle this a little bit better, right? Are they going to look to push up, or will they go for a little bit more of a passive play here? Based on what we've seen so far, it doesn't seem like Legit Brazil is going to be passive whatsoever, as they are quick on the defensive.
Yeah, everybody knows where they're at. They know they're in blue. They know they're in the test range. They know they're on height. This is a classic setup. The question is, can 3 teams cause enough chaos where somebody can jump onto the brick and LEG can't shoot you in time? And see what Farmer Lucas decides to do. Well, we're going to head interior, hop into our closet, and prepare to make a move on this brick once the util comes back up or it subsides. You see the shock arrow already invested from the side of LEG. They know that. They've got that timer going in their head. And DEF are making a move here now. Pushing out, trapped inside the room. LEG is going to close the door on them and say, nope, you're not going to grab a brick for free here. You're not going to get a free steal. You're going to have to battle your way to a victory through us. So LEG, instead of staying up on high, are getting up close and personal because they know exactly where DEF is.
Yeah, I like this push going through from LEG. It is definitely a lot more defensively aggressive, but it is going to be DEF trying to play the upset as soon as these now start raining on through. It's just explosions all over the place. But DEF, I like this position for them, right? It's definitely quite a useful position to hold, but it is going to rely quite heavily on what LEG is going to be bringing in here. And can they do much more with the aggression versus defensive position, as we do see a quick knock coming in? That's not going to be enough to deter LEG from just keeping their hands on that mantle brick.
Yeah, LAG did invest in Tempest ult there, so that's going to be on timer. Again, DEF just kind of baiting out some of this util, triple blasters, incendiaries, shock arrows, everything landing on it. But LEG, because they decided to get up close and personal, they've given up the high ground position and blue room over to DM. So DM's going to be third partying this. In the meantime, you can see Farmer Lucas try to stick it, but no, he reads that DM's coming around the corner. He's able to pick up one. Could pick up the second here. Unfortunately, trade does come in for the rest of DEF. Yes, down goes another member of BM. They're closed, done, and only one alive. So LEG gonna get into the mix here and try to third party this, but it's still in possession. The brick is still in possession of LEG. 15 seconds on the clock. In the chaos, DEF are gonna have to jump this, and LEG's gotta know that they're here. Lines them up, even through the shock arrow, knocks them down. LEG able to clean up all of DEF and get the brick. What a chaotic moment. And in the chaos, LEG still stand tall somehow, some way.
Wow. I mean, legit Brazil doing an absolutely phenomenal job with defending that decode station. But of course, now that kind of crashes the whole approach that we saw NT trying to take, right? They were kind of just keeping themselves just removed from the fight so they can, again, potentially try the same tactic we saw back on round number 2. Unfortunately for them, that is not going to be working out anymore. Now they've got to decide. Are they going to look to get aggressive, go for a few additional bits of eco here, or just play the upset?
At this point, the big question ringing in all of these teams' mind that are left. DEF, the only team that's fully wiped. DM in deep trouble as a solo. And those bodies either being looted or held right now. You can see LEG picking up their third, who's on yellow timer, walking them to safety. The question that's ringing in their head is, do we play for these kills? Do we try to wipe some of these teams, play for the value that kills give us, potentially wipe the lobby and come out richer than everybody else? There's enough time to also extract. Or do we lick our wounds and get out of here? I think it really depends on where you're at in the leaderboard right now in terms of supply points, squad points. But DM investing some util to try to get some info or maybe pick up the knock and the elimination, which is exactly what they get. See another member of Team Liquids on yellow timer.
Well, things looking pretty tough here for the side there of DM as they're trying to make the most of the situation they've been dealt with. But in the meantime, though, looking at Liquids, right, they are just going to try and prioritize a potential extraction here as they are going to be heading a little bit further away from the pressure. Megs again coming through. A little bit of a cheeky play. They're just hitting those beautiful hits. Yes, sir. Coming through with a beautiful hit. That compound bow absolutely devastating. I mean, it's insane. The accuracy is just so on point. But, of course, we are yet to see what is going to happen with this round. There's still 8 minutes and a bit of change left on the clock, and there's still so much that can happen here.
Hitting the back-to-back bow shots on a moving target. Call him the Bowmaster for a reason. Shout out to Meg. Let's see what they're able to do. They do have a full team of 3 up. That's Team Liquids. They're at the bottom of our leaderboard in terms of total score. You see LEG score has skyrocketed now. Currently still in the lobby. All eyes on these teams to potentially extract. Plenty of time to extract from just about anywhere you want to. But a fight here could mean a ton of value, not only in even dog tags at this point, which are moving into this round 100k apiece, but also just the kills. Another ult invested here. Tempest will back up, likely just go for the self-revive while the rest of the team maybe pushes the equation or at least staves the bleeding, letting you get back on your feet before you take this encounter. You still see Liquids in the mix with LEG and BTH. Now BTH backing up, checking their back is NT. Look at that, sending one out via test workshop. Gonna take the one seat that's over there and say, might as well protect some of our loot and get out of Dodge.
Yeah, I think the only unfortunate part is that they don't necessarily have a crazy amount of loot that they extracted with, right? Only 100k in the bag, but it's not going to be the worst play here for them. You know, better safe than sorry, and now it's going to be Loud looking to step up and get a kill as well, just adding even more to the bank here. A little bit of recon coming through yet again, and I mean, NT though, there's still so much that we can see Loud do here.
Yeah, I think the thing to remember too with NT finding a kill and also getting somebody out is that there's only one seat in the bag list via test workshop, right? So they said, yeah, we don't have a ton of loot, but we brought in a ton of loot. I mean, brought in full golds. I mean, even without a bag, kit plus whole kit and caboodle, without a backpack was probably well over, you know, $1.5 million maybe. Probably more than that. I bet the weapon was 1.2 maybe. I didn't get a chance to see their full loadout, but very expensive. And so we remember that NT had decent loot value. They also got to read that LEG picked up the brick, and that's the only team contesting them at the leaderboard in terms of total squad points. So it makes sense to preserve at least some of their points and then just leave 2 on the map to cause a bit of chaos here in the final 6 minutes.
Yeah, just throw everything at it. Let's see how this one is going to pan out here. BTH also starting to push through. Looking to see if they can maybe make a little bit of something happen. Loud, though, got to get a little bit more quiet. He's going to try and sneak their way through. A little bit of that more disruptive angle. Meanwhile, Meg is going to be pocketing a beautiful Rolex. 200k being added to the overall tally here. And, I mean, this is the opportunity for Liquid really to try and push their overall assets, right? They came into this round with, I believe, what, 8.7 in the bag from what they've been able to gather so far. So anything else they can find is definitely going to help set them up for that 5th round.
That's a good breakdown. The supply points, which equal our total squad points combined with kills. Those squad points could be everything. That's why they sent Rapid out. But we take a look at the rest of these teams. Now going to be battling over this bridge extraction. This is where most of the teams will try to go for it. And actually, in transition, LEG got a little careless. Didn't check every angle. Running out into the open for a hair too long. Lose 1 to Yellow Timer. That's a full kill. Going to this out of BTH. That's 800k plus 1 squad point for them. And they trade one out as well. Yet again, it feels like these players are just barely misunderstanding where their opposition could be. And they're just out in the open for a hair too long. And this could be a huge mistake because they still have to hold down this extraction point for 3 minutes. And we know the hordes are about to come running this way and may even try to share it with them.
Yeah, I mean, Loud, you know, being a case in point as they move forward, is going to be trying to sneak their way onto BTH. I mean, essentially here, if you're just close enough for that extraction, it could be a very uncontested escape. But let's see whether or not Loud can maybe do it. Yes, does find the hit. Is going to get the knock in, but now going to try and come through for the follow-up. Just one more player alive here for BTH, and this could deny them extracting with a decent chunk of change here. But of course, there is still whatever they've been able to put over in their safe boxes. But here comes the sprays, and the Jin also now heating it up.
Yeah, unfortunately, I just didn't love this play from BTH. They hopped the extraction point and try to play these boxes where you can get shot from like 50 different angles with 3+ minutes on the clock before you actually extract. Like, I feel like the better play would have been able to either play top bridge and have control and pick up some of the teams in transition, or at least just come in a little bit later, hold your angles, play nice and slow, and try to get some info of where these teams are at. Now, Meg lines one up, just doesn't hit because LEG was investing another Temp Assault just to get some info of where some of these teams are at, and an arrow whizzing by means you know exactly where Team Liquids is at.
Well, there we go. Meg's now giving the go-ahead. As the team now gets ready to advance. We see Mr. Broody and Device already right there, up close and personal. I like the push coming through here from Liquids. I mean, it does seem like they mean business already with 2.3 in the bag. They could look to find a little more. And, I mean, that extraction time is just slowly ticking away. So there's still a big chance for Liquids to go the full distance, get those kills, and extract in time.
LEG certainly the big winners in this map because of the mantle brick, but this fight around the extraction point is a huge difference maker between NT and LEG's overall squad points. Oh no, a nice play from LEG. Maruno in the Assault Operative Tempest swings around the flank and picks up the high ground position. This is going to be huge value add for this team. J-Device invests the ult as well. But a great flank that unfortunately gets punished, maybe just overcommits because Meg lands an arrow. I hope we can get that one back on the replay. Unfortunately, gets traded out as well. A bloodbath around the extraction point, and take a look near the mini-map. 25 seconds left. This extraction point can be shared with knocked players. J-Device is going to have to make one last-ditch effort to get out of here. And same with Loud, trying to share the extraction point with his main opposition. Goes in early, takes a look at the bag, grabs a weapon, and is just going to try to get Mixie over the top through the smoke. And with the help of some opposition, gets picked up. NT full wiped. They got one out earlier, and Jay Device says, thank you very much. I found a corner to get out of the map in the smoke. Holy cow.
And so the lobby empties, right? As everybody gets to extract, either through getting eliminated or actually going through the extraction. So a very exciting sort of events we saw coming through there. But as we know, one team was able to get their hands on that mantle brick, walk away with it, and take us into round number 5.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. That was the second half of that map was, again, just weird and wacky and wild decisions that kind of paid off for LEG, right? They were able to fully extract. But the first half of the map was chaos in a totally different way. We plant inside in test range, and when we do that, we know it's going to be a bloodbath. We know we're going to be barrel stuffing our opponents. It's going to be all CQB. It's going to be all utility. And DEF said, we're going to jump into the closet, and we're going to hope that we can sneak out and grab that brick. But unfortunately, there was too much chaos for them to do so, and LEG lined them up and picked up a ton of kills and the mantle brick. You're going to see LEG at the top of our leaderboard. There's no question about it.
Yeah, I think it's very likely to see exactly that. And I mean, what a bit of excitement that was, right? I mean, Space City always so pressured with teams trying to play for the upsets, and there we have it. Legit Zol are going to be sitting at the top of the board, 3.7 in assets that they were able to take away, and 8 kills going along with it.
Yeah, again, 8 kills is so much value for this team. Again, they're going to be tied in mantle bricks with not, which means it's going to come down to the squad points. These 8 kills are just straight up 8 points, let alone the 6.4 million in Technic alloy that they get just from getting those kills. So much value from LEG. This is one of the most values I've seen, rather than just crazy reds pulled on Space City. Just a monstrous round. This is going to be a very tough team to beat if you don't just get 2 bricks and beat them that way.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have to just bring as much aggression as you can. But I think there is going to be quite a bit of contention, especially for a team like Not, right? They already have that mantle brick. And I like that they've slowly been kind of ramping up their aggression here, trying to get a few more assets in case they are not able to get their hands on it. So I think round 5, they really need to try and prioritize that mantle brick.
Well, we'll see, folks. We're going to head to a very short break. When we come back, it could be the last map of the day, or who knows, we could have a couple more after it. Don't go anywhere.
To know how freedom is made? Patience. Violence. Struggle. Evolution. Transformation. Combat. Liberation.
Take Subject 42 alive.
Oh, can't I just have 5 minutes, peace?
Everly, we've picked up abnormal acoustic signals in the Eastern Sea.
Just dolphins mating. It's that time of year after all. You won't get away.
Luke Everly, codename Morse, class Recon. Morse is a former Navy acoustic intelligence specialist with deep expertise in maritime acoustic environments, making him highly skilled in the analysis and exploitation of sound waves and portable sonar equipment. As an operator, Morris excels in the use of his jammer, a portable sonic device that disrupts enemies by reducing their audio detection range. Morse's advanced sonar device emits sound pulses to scan for enemies, generating markers on their positions.
No more secrets! Jammer out! Point flash! Sending jammer! Throwing delayed flash! Allied troops engaging! Searching for hostiles! Throwing delayed flash! Sending jammer! Throwing jammer!
Storm is coming.
Everly, a Havoc recovery is on the target. Acoustic signatures match your mark signature with high accuracy.
Record their movements. I'll find them.
Target acquired. Staging retrieval.
The signal's blocked. I can't pinpoint their location.
Guess it's up to me then. The echo of truth cannot be silenced.
Welcome back. America's Open Qual Stage 6. We've got two teams with the Mantle Brick, folks, and we're moving into round number 5. Coach DK here on the mic. And DK, we've had a blast, to be frank. And I don't know if it's going to end here, but all I know is that LEG are going to be at the top of the leaderboard by a sizable margin. Yes, tied in Mantle Bricks, but their squad points are going to be unreal.
Yeah, they definitely have been putting in quite a bit of work trying to close gaps wherever they can. But, I mean, going into round number 5, that is where things are going to get quite sweaty and I think a little bit uncomfortable for a few of our teams here. But, I mean, we're here to see it, right? We want to see sweaty, we want to see uncomfortable, and we want to see challenging bits of gameplay coming through here. But there we have it, 43 squad points on the board for Legit Brazil.
Yeah, this is, like I said, not even close, okay? We've got two teams on a brick, 19 total kills for Legit Brazil. They've picked up 43 squad points between their total assets, 24 plus 19. There's the math for you. Unreal how high they've climbed in just a short amount of time. And NT, credit to them, picked up that early brick. We're way down at the bottom of the leaderboard in terms of squad points, and they've rallied. And because they got one player out, like I said, DK, it kind of protected their spot on the leaderboard. And this is where rubber meets the road. If one of these two teams grabs a brick, we are done in round 5. All the rest of the team's going to try to prevent that from happening as we take a look at what operators they could select. Anything you notice here? Still got some Tempest on the board.
Yeah, we got Tempest in there, we got Lunas, we got Hack Claws, we got Stingers, we got a lot of options for a lot of our teams. But we've seen a few squads already burn up all their defensive angles pretty much, right? I mean, I'd say all their angles, Shepard doesn't really account for all of that, but we still have a little bit of that Uluru that can come into play as well. So I really want to see Tempest and a good combo coming into this round number 5.
Yeah, and here's our most popular operators here on Space City. As expected, you're seeing the Luna and the Tempest. And then the big question is, we've been bringing up Stinger, we've been bringing up, Hackclaw, we're bringing up some of these operators that could see some value. But it comes down to Toxic to see an operator that has not only some healing in their kit, but also some smoke. And that's how things go on Space City. You need smoke, you need an ability to see through smoke, aka Luna and the recon arrows, and then you need Tempest to grab the brick and use that ult, use that ability to pull the ropes back, swing all the way back to your team, and hopefully have the brick in hand if you're not knocked already. But here's a quick look at some of the spawns, where T1 spawns could go, who could get them, and if that even matters. Because, well, LEG picked up the brick from T2 last time. They could pick up T1 spawn and maybe get to the brick first this time.
Yep, that's going to be the name of the game here, right? You're going to try and get your hands on that as quick as possible and then just defend, right? Just hold it off. And we've seen that, you called it the closet, right next to the decoding station. So I'm going to be curious to see who is going to try and kind of get themselves situated there. As we look at the loadouts there, it is Tempest across the board, quite a few of those Lunas being played as well. But then we've got a little bit of that D-Wolf, and we do have what the other one is, not D-Wolf, it's the healing guy.
It's Stinger's
yes.
On there. Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, Stinger's super valuable on a map like Space City. I mean, you were hyping it up. No worries there. Stinger's super valuable on this map because of the drone smoke. You have to have smokes for some of these crosses. If you even want to make it to Centrifuge, Black, anywhere in the middle of the map, you have to have smokes to even rotate around this map. So super valuable there. We'll be watching out for that from most of our teams. But yeah, as expected, we call it the Tempest cheese to some degree. You almost have to have Tempest to play Metal Brick rounds. And we're seeing an early engagement over here at the West Gate, as it looks like Liquids is catching the brute end of a ton of util and actually lose one. No, this is bad news for Team Liquids, as Meg has dropped, and it's going to be no holds barred for DM to come swing up on this fight.
Yep, that's the kind of pacing and change up that we want to see come through, but not all hope is lost for the side of Liquids just yet, right? They still have the opportunity to bounce back, as they are going to be abandoning that Westgate and pushing a little bit further down south. But DM, though, I like this follow-up as they push in. They know that they've been able to cause a few vulnerabilities, at least for the time being, in the side of Liquid. But unfortunately, it's not yet paid off for DM.
Yeah, they're going to swing up on this, but maybe didn't feel like they were comfortable enough to just full send. And this is what I was talking about with this Westgate bridge. If you take too long to get through it and don't smoke correctly, you can get kind of just utiled to death, especially from the spawn up at the north side of Dormitory. DM did a good job of kind of forcing Liquids to back off. So you can see Jade of Eyes here kind of out by himself, trying to work his way back to center of the map and potentially play for this Mantle Brick spawn in mid-map. But DM on a less than ideal spawn, pushed an early fight, and because of that, now they've got prio position to grab the brick first.
Yeah, and that's exactly the kind of setup that you want to have coming into here. But now it is going to be legit Brazil also pushing up from that southeastern side. Ooh, got a little bit of that auto tank action coming in, as things are looking pretty tough. But there we go. Mantle Brick has popped, and now it is going to be that full send insanity. Meanwhile, DEF, though, they're looking to get up close and personal and just lock down any potential pathway in onto that Mantle Brick.
Yeah, it looked like LAG was going to go for the Tempest play to try to grab the brick, but doesn't work out. So DM will do it. Like I said, a great job from Dormitory. Push the fight, get into position, grab the brick, use that Tempest ult, swing back on your ropes, get back to safety, and here we go. We're going to see where they decide to decode. Right now, it's about gaining information. Where are the rest of these teams? We know at least where one team is at. We saw them get knocked and their Tempest ult get popped. And it looks like they're going to plan it just on the outside of Buoyancy and Centrifuge. This is one of my favorite decoding stations. It's kind of tucked away in this corner between these two buildings, but it's out in this alleyway. So it's about controlling ramp on the outside or playing interior from Centrifuge so that you can pop through that doorway and peek if somebody's trying to play for a steal. It'll be fun to see which teams go where and how they address these fights either early or late in this game.
Yeah, for now it's going to be go time as Liquid is going to try and push up, getting themselves a little bit closer to that Centrifuge position. As they do move up, but I mean, DM already so well situated. I like the spread coming through from them as well. So they definitely have defensive suggestive positions coming in. As you can see now, ooh, a quick use on that play here for Device. I'm not sure if that was the intended use, but you know, either which way, they are still alive and they didn't take all too much damage, but they now have the opportunity to reset. DM though, it does seem like they've got this under lockdown, right? For now, things are looking pretty confident for the side of DM. DEF though, also coming through with a bit of a push as they get closer, maybe looking for an opening.
This is a slow play for now. Patience is a virtue many times on a map like this. And it's certainly the case for DM as they lie in wait for their prey. And Liquid's fortunately taking quite a bit of damage in rotation every time they feel like they are safe and free to rotate. That is not the case. Luckily, with a little bit of help from NT, their aggressors, BTH, are in deep trouble now. BTH and Green now getting pinched from both sides. They're going to have to choose a fight or just choose to back off. And right now, it looks like Toot has chosen to back off while his teammate has chosen to stay and maybe catch somebody unaware. Unfortunately, the drill charge and a little bit of help from the EMP. Yeah, it's toast. See you later. BTH in deep trouble. Should have just ran with Toot. BTH down to a solo.
Yeah, it's not exactly the plan I think BTH had in mind, but you know what? It is the way it is. And now it's going to be Liquid, DF, DM, and the side of LEG all contesting for this mantle break position. As we can now see quite a bit of pressure starting to build up here in Centrifuge. And I mean, DM, they just keeping their eyes on, their heads rather, on a swivel. So many potential angles to try and keep defended. But LEG, they are going to be pushing up the ramp. Ooh, nice quick defensive angle from DM. It's going to allow them a little bit of continuation here, but again, not a good cleanup though. They are just firing off a few warning shots, telling the side of LEG not to push up just yet.
DEF playing low side, outside of Centrifuge. LEG playing ramp, DM inside of Centrifuge. LEG going to go for a steal here. DM know it, and they're going to catch him in transition. Using that Temp Assault, using it pretty early, frankly, it means they will not have it on cooldown going in to maybe just the last couple seconds of the final steal. And DM quickly punished that. It's going to be 45 seconds. Here's DEF just going to go for the full stick. The reach out through the smoke instead of saying, let's wait on any util. We're going to use ours instead. DEF go for the steal and they get it. It's going to at least slow things down and reset that timer. LEG wasn't able to do what DEF was able to do, but the result is the same. Tempest on cooldown, but everything else slow and patient as well.
I'm so curious to see what Liquid is going to be doing. We do see them just a little bit further down here as they are right alongside the players from LEG. You can see Damio keeping a very close eye on the position. Spidey senses just absolutely tingling. Well, look at the J-Device patiently just waiting for the angles. The push is going to come through here from the Jet, and this is now a full stand on their side, already finding the one knock in onto was Liquid, but can they find the rest?
Oh, Mr. Pooty, unfortunate bounce on the nade over the top. LEG down to a duo. Liquids down to a duo as well. But all eyes on the brick. DM are able to reseal it back, which will put us to 3 minutes. This is a fight over the ramp position. This is a really important fight to take, and LEG now going to have the advantage. Mr. Pooty down. Liquid still back to a duo, but one quite weak. Meg with the bow is going to have to hit a miracle shot. J-Device like a fish in a barrel. It's about to get shot in the back if he's not careful, but he's hugging the railing to make sure that EXX couldn't just jump over the top and take him out immediately. I'm not sure they know he's here, but unfortunately he is now a solo. It's going to have to be a hero play from him. Control the ramp side of this push. and hopefully have a play. The play, unfortunately, is dive rolling out and dying. So LEG, full control of ramp. Pick up all remaining members of Liquids, and should pick up that res as well.
Yeah, well, the contagion for Mandelbrick are not over just yet, as DF also going to start to push on forward. Ooh. They're not just getting caught in a little bit of a disruption there, trying to shade it over yet again. But I like what DF is doing, right? Just keeping that contention alive, as DM now needs to step on forward. But I'm curious as to whether or not DF is going to look to get aggressive, or will they let this one slide as DM comes in for a quick and effortless changeover. And we could be seeing quite a bit of this.
Yeah, it's just going to go back and forth based on that Tempest util until we get to a minute and a half. That is the minimum time. As every time the Mandelbrick exchange hands, and a nice actually land over the top on equal plays. Uh-oh, DF in deep trouble. What we thought was going to be some easy trades back and forth always turns into a third party, and NT show up late to the party and yet again get paid. Wingman gets taken down by DM, but NT pick up equal plays. So it's all going to be down to Farmer Lucas on your screen right now as a solo to kind of try to keep DF's hopes and dreams alive, folks. DM does not have a brick yet, but NT does. Things could go upside down if NT can take control of this brick.
That's most likely what they are going to try and go for here. I mean, we did see that same kind of strategy being deployed by them all the way back in round number 2. But for now, it is going to be LEG, though, trying to push forward. DM quickly denying them any hopes of pulling that off just yet. But I like this defensive play going through from DM, right? Not necessarily always the cleanest one, but so far they are managing to hold on decent control, decent possession. NT, though, looking quite comfortable with 4.5 milli in the back so far. Can they now wrap it up and maybe go for that metal brick yet again? They are going to try and push it, though.
Somebody's got to make a play here. I mean, DM could afford to get the brick. We'd keep playing, but NT want to end it all right now, and they're going to steal it. NT in control, 90-second timer is now activated. It won't go any lower than that. Unfortunately, NT was left out in the open for a hair too long. And legit, Brazil, LEG, they saw a window of opportunity and they took it. One member of NT down on yellow timer. That body is not getting up anytime soon. Maybe a smoke and carry out, but I think LEG will just throw bullets down and pick you up even through the smoke. Let's see. DEF going for some sneaky reses. There's still a chance for Farmer Lucas and co, especially as this brick continues to exchange hands. Shock arrow lands. They know they're on it, and DM able to pick up a decent amount of damage, but no knocks, as it does look like NT have wiped off-screen DEFs. The sneaky res, we hear the beeping, and NT swing on them. DEF are out of here, and their dream of staying alive and making it to the Pro League is going to come down to DM. If NT or LEG get this brick, this tourney is over.
I mean, so much riding on it for these squads here. And I mean, it makes sense to see NT and LEG keeping up such a precious position. And the quick trade over onto the side there of DM, as they do extend a little bit too far, are going to be one player down for the time being. Not quite sure if they are going to be able to bring themselves back into a full 3-piece, but up comes Rapid, up comes Bulldor, looking to now push. As they know, if they can get the play over on towards LEG, that will really help alleviate quite a bit of the pressure, but the timer is ticking, and this could be in the back for LEG.
30 seconds on the clock for LEG. They've traded out a couple of players. It's going to be a duo for LEG, a solo for NT, and DM down to a duo as well, but able to be picked up. NT just out in the open. Rapid said, I'm going to ego chow this, walk out in the open, and hopefully find a kill. Unfortunately, none of those bullets land, so LEG even in a better position now as a duo. DM have gotten their res, though. If they double chow this over the top, LEG now trapped behind them. LEG down to a solo, and NT are going to steal this back in the final 5 seconds, folks. Take a look at that clock. The shock arrow lands, but it's too late to prevent the steal. LEG swing out, and they take down NT. This will pause the timer, but NT almost let LEG get the win. They steal it, and now they also are hoping and praying that DM can win a 3v1. What a hero play from NT to keep this tourney running potentially.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely on the cards now, so let's see whether or not DM is going to be able to pull this one out. Things looking pretty tough on the side for legit Brazil, as they've just got jabbed. right? That's the only player left to try and make a difference here for them. But I mean, for the side of DM, things are looking very, very hopeful. They've got a full squad left to contest that mantle brick. And I'm not quite sure whether or not LEG is going to be able to wrap it up right here.
2 quick notes for LEG. They have a solo. Their goal would be to pick up any kills and, of course, win the entire tournament right now as a solo in a 1v3. The other thing to consider is pay attention to that game timer, pay attention to that decode timer. We're already down to 90 seconds, so they can't really just filibuster their way out of this one. They can't steal, die, and then expect DM not to get the brick. And all of a sudden, LEG in deep trouble. They have to chow this, and they can't win it. Not even against the solo. DM full send. DM win the lobby, and DM win the brick. We'll at least be playing one more game. What a hero play from NT to prevent LEG from winning, and DM becomes richer for it. What a wild one. Let's take a quick look back and some replays here of this fight. As Samizio is able to knock one, but the utter chaos of LEG having to deal with NT on the outside and DM on the inside put LEG in just such a tough position to keep bodies and boots on the ground. So EXX was last alive, and he just wins the one against NT, but NT got the steal. Crazy, crazy moment. Could have just chowed like a second earlier, maybe.
Yep, definitely could have, but you know what? The upset is alive, and DM gets a move forward. So now we have 3 teams in contention to take the dub here, to walk away with their ticket, their seat, heading into the next phase. And of course, also a big opportunity now for DM just to enjoy a few of the spoils here, as they are going to be looking to increase their overall carryout, already up to 4 million as we saw in that one bag. So things are looking pretty nice, especially now for DM.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they're going to spend 3 minutes to just loot up as much as humanly possible, right? You can take a look, actually, at our extractions versus the match timer and see we've got just barely enough time, I think, to actually get out of this map. We'll double check that on the backhand side once we're full screen. But this team, DM, I mean, these dog tags are worth 100K each. I mean, you can pull all of the gold ammo out of the weapons on the ground. There's boxes galore. They're going to find a ton of value here that they, at the very least, can put into their save boxes. And so they're going to be feeling pretty good about this map, not only to get the brick, but also potentially get out of the map here around mid. Listen, DM played that nice and slow, but again, DK, I bring us all the way back to the very beginning of this map. They get dormitory spawn, and instead of trying to pull some weird play to go up to command center, they just full send the team at Westgate, which is Team Liquids. Once they do that, Liquids was like, uh-oh, where do we go? They just started sprinting away to the south to go play ramp side, which allowed DM to get all the way to mid-map, and they're the first to the brick. They plant the brick, and then the last one's on the map. Doesn't always work out that way, but for DM, it worked out fantastic.
I mean, they just bulldozed their way onto that vandal brick, essentially, right? I mean, once they got up into Centrifuge, there was no moving them out of that position. So an absolute big brain strategy coming through here from them. But yeah, I mean, they've got 15 boxes to loot now, Goj. That is going to award them so much. Already from what we saw there just a few moments ago, they were already past the 10 million point with regards to the amount of assets they already have bagged up. So, yep, this is going to be a glorious run, especially now for the side of DM.
Unreal. And they get out, too. I mean, this is what I was saying. Once we got to full screen, you can see the timer. Look at the difference. Literally 8 seconds is the difference between them getting out or just taking what's in their safe boxes. The amount of loot they're pulling out of here, plus the amount of elims that they get, their squad points are going to probably triple from what they had beforehand on our leaderboard. So we're going to have 3 teams with mantle bricks. It's going to come down to squad points. And yes, LEG should probably still be close to the top. DM might overtake them. There's a 10-point difference right now, but DM's getting full out of this lobby with what they came in with and much, much more. This is going to be a fun one to see where we're at on the leaderboard going into Game 6. Who knows? It can go to Game 7 just like EMEA.
Yeah, they definitely could. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised based on the way that teams have kind of just been pacing through our past few rounds here. But yeah, I mean, overall, DM, as you said, right, 10 points away with just this game. So it does put them pretty much in contention, right? But of course, at the end of the day, it is all going to boil down on who gets the next Mantle Break, right? Could it be DF, BTH, or Liquids? We don't know. We'll find out. But we could be wrapping it up in the final round, potentially.
That was a fun map. It's my favorite decoding station outside of Centrifuge on Space City for that very reason. Some really interesting fights, some really interesting power positions, and DM, I don't know. I feel like the way they play that was a bit of a gamble, but it paid off for them. Very well done by that roster to just stay patient, but also they didn't actually steal back the brick. It was on 5 seconds. They just said somebody else will do the dirty work for us. And NT did exactly that. The last solo, NT stole the brick back from LEG to keep this tourney going. Unreal. What a wild way to finish this map, which means we continue to play. I know every team besides LEG are thanking NT for that heroic solo steal so that we could keep playing games. Let's take a look at that round leaderboard. Like I said, it was a monstrous game for DM only because of the assets they were able to pick up. That's 14 squad points just in assets total, only 2 kills, but that's all they needed. They get the brick, they get 14 plus mil. They are going to be rich going into the next round.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be smiling, they're going to be happy, and they're going to be breathing easy. So yeah, pretty happy for the side of DM, but as we know, it all could end moving into our next round. So there's going to be quite a bit of pressure coming through for round 6. But as we know also, round 6 is the last round where there's a limit on the operators. Right?
That's right.
Round 6 is where it all kind of is the final conclusion. Round 7 is pretty much no holds bar, right? There, it is just bring anything you want in and just go absolutely ham.
Yeah, round 6 is a lot of fun because there's so many operators restricted at this point. A lot of teams have already double used their Tempest. Some of our metas will certainly change. And I'm excited to get into that round 6 and see if it is our last map, or like you said, if everything opens back up going into round 7. Folks, we went to round 7 in EMEA, and we're moving into round 6 here at Americas. You're not going to want to mix this next round. It could be the last, or it could be the beginning of the end moving into the final round later today. This is going to be a blast. We're going to move to a very short break. When we come back, round 6 could be the last one.
on the target. Acoustic signatures match your mark signature with high accuracy.
Record their movements. I'll find them.
Target acquired. Staging retrieval.
The signal's blocked. I can't pinpoint their location.
Guess it's up to me then. The echo of truth cannot be silenced.
Warning. Control system compromised.
You want to know how freedom is made? Patience. Violence. Struggle. Evolution. Transformation. Combat. Liberation.
Take Subject 42 alive.
Welcome back, America's Open Quals. It's stage 6 with the Delta Force Regional Tournament here with Season 1. And I gotta say, we've been in for a banger today. This is one spot to the Pro League, folks. The last spot to the Pro League. And we're moving into potentially our last Space City map here with game number 6. Back to Space City we go. A lot of operators restricted. DK, we're gonna have a lot of fun with this one.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen wild and wacky, we've seen sweaty and contentious, and of course, it's all going to boil down to whether or not there might be a round 7. It's all going to depend on how round 6 plays out. But legit, Brazil now just looking so phenomenal there with 50 squad points. This could be their ticket.
Yeah, I mean, this is really where I was expecting to see DM. They jumped way up the leaderboard with the 14 squad points from that last rep, the supply points, to put them up to 40 total squad points. 10 still points behind Legit Brazil, namely because Legit Brazil LEG has 25 kills. I mean, that is a ridiculous total for what they've been able to accomplish this entire tournament. But at the end of the day, we've got 3 teams with a mana brick, 3 teams without. So for these 3 teams at the top, if any of them get the mana brick, I don't care if you have 5 squad points at the end. That's not even possible. But if you get 2 mana bricks, you win this competition, you win stage 6, and you are the last team to make it into the Pro League here in a couple months. Unreal. Let's move over to Space City, though, and let's talk a little bit about operators. This is the last time our operators will be limited, and only 2 teams have a Tempest still on the board. That is DEF and DM. That is Demon Esport, the team that just got the brick in the last rep, have a pretty big advantage going into the next one.
I mean, they've got the setup, right? They've got Stinger, they've got Toxic, they've got Luna, they've got Hacklaw, they've got Tempest. They can just go crazy and choose whatever it is that they want to get into this next round. But they, of course, we do see our most popular loadouts coming into this round. And yeah, the pick rate is looking quite heavily with regards to Tempest and Luna here. And Stinger, it's nice to see a little bit of that Stinger play as well. And I think if a DM plays that loadout, that could be their ticket to getting their hands on that second mantle brick.
Yeah, I mean, it's very clear there's a meta that has emerged through all of the hundreds of scrims these players have done and all of the other 5 stages that these players have been through, because we're seeing the same operators over and over again on Space City for a very good reason. Here's a quick look at some of the spawns from the last rep and then moving into the next one where people could land. Again, namely DM will have an opportunity to have a T1 spawn. The team that just got a break could go back to back and close things out, as they did have that dormitory spawn from the last rep. But here's a look at their loadouts, and overall it is DM investing fairly heavily. You do see Liquids investing heavily with golds. Everybody else is saying we're going to stick to purple because these squad points may matter, and we don't want to spend all of our resources off rip when it could come down to a tiebreaker. We'll see which design and strategy pays off better, but either way you look at it, DM do have an advantage of potentially running that Tempest like we just said. If you call that an advantage, I certainly do. And then also running some golds. Let's take a look at all of our teams and see who spawns where and where do they go off rip. It looks like LEG going to slow things down here at Dormitory.
Yep. I mean, we saw that dormitory spawn earlier and how well it worked out for the side of DM. Are they going to try and replicate those same efforts? Not quite sure, but it's going to be empty though. Pushing straight over to the gate, the west gate, trying to gain entry. It is going to be a fight and exchange between LEG. Meanwhile, NT, a very effortless push through as they are in. And now they get the opportunity to get themselves set up and maybe go for a little bit of a contentious play here, right? 3 teams having the whole competition up for grabs, and it could literally boil down to this round.
Yeah, because LEG didn't decide to just full send Westgate, NT was able to make it through. These two teams are still staring at each other. And because of that, DM actually crossed the bridge from Central Command and are the first yet again to the Mantle Break spawn kind of for free. The only other team even remotely in the area is going to be DEF, who you can just see now moving on screen. Here's a quick look at the map of what we're talking about. DM crossed, DEF is hit bridge, and they're going to come up through Centrifuge. So it's going to be DEF and DM, and then Liquids will be late to the party, who got the assembly room spawn. They'll be swinging across down to the south side bridge and then over in the south side of the central area around Centrifuge and Black Chamber to potentially make a play for the brick as well. While these two teams over here at Dormitory and Westgate are just kind of in a standoff. It was a moment where LEG didn't want to get too aggressive, and NT sneaked their way into Central and are just waiting now.
That's an interesting tactic that I think DM is going for, right? I mean, based on how they were playing the previous round, it didn't seem like they were necessarily intending to get the Mantle Break, right? They were just wanting to start off a little bit of that hustle and tussle to see the other teams kind of, you know, just fight it out. And, you know, come end of round, they were like, all right, fine, seeing that there's nobody else here, we'll just take it. Now they move up, and now it seems like they're taking a completely different approach, as DF is going to start us off here, and they go straight back to where we saw it in the previous round.
DEF, like we said, there's only 2 teams that could run a Tempest, and we see DEF. We see equal plays on that Tempest. A ton of value because they were able to come up ramp side and immediately plant it outside of Centrifuge. The exact same decoding station we had before, but they're immediately able to do that because that's the route that they came from. So they pop the Tempest ult, immediately retract, and drop the brick to start things off. The chaos ensues. Now, here's a key factor for the people at home that don't know. Because DEF were the ones that put the brick in, everybody knows that somebody's decoding the Mantle Brick, but what they know for certain is that it is not NT, DM, or LEG. The entire server gets a ping if a team that already has a Mantle Brick starts a decode. So there's not this gigantic sense of urgency to go steal this brick right now, because they know the tourney's not over if the brick does go through.
I mean, that is a pretty cool ping to happen here, but I'm looking at the operator choices that the squads went for here. I mean, it does seem like it is a lot more of an offensive approach, right? A lot of those more aggressive operators now coming into play. We don't see a lot of defensive or shield users really being utilized here with the engineers, right? I mean, we do have a Lulu in, but aside from that, nothing else really coming through here, as it's predominantly Shepherd and D-Wolf over on the side that we just saw there. DEF also coming in with a full-on aggressive loadout, and I want to see, can they bag this one up? Can they maintain control of that Mantle Break long enough to decode it?
Yeah, DEF, really the only team running a true, like, meta comp. here with our operators. Again, running that Stinger, Tempest, and Luna. Perfect setup here on Space City. But we did see that DM did have a sniper in hand. You can see it on your screen right now from Pecky. Actually landed a shot on BTH originally. But they, looks like, picked up their teammate and are having to back off, playing bridge, command bridge on the north side of the map. Going to figure out how do we actually want to aggress towards this brick. Again, there's not really a gigantic sense of urgency for anybody because they know it's not one of our teams. But unfortunately, LEG have found an angle. They've been very patient up at dormitory. They decided to wrap back up to Central Command and have caught BTH in a bit of a pickle.
I'd say a lot of a pickle, right? That is not the kind of position that BTH wants to find themselves in, but either which way, LEG not going to be backing off of that. They do have the current total score lead as they are sitting on 53 points. But for BTH, I mean, I don't really see a big bounce back here, unless, of course, they are going to try and contest for that Mandel break. That could be, I think, the only plausible way for them to stand a chance and make it into our next phase here. But for the time being, Liquid are going to be situated on that far southern side. Ooh, DF equal though, just locking in on the compound, on the, or rather on the alleyway.
DEF playing the outside approach. They want to hold these sight lines because they've already breached and cleared these buildings. They know that nobody's just right inside. You can see DM just invested their Tempest ult, which means they're not going to have it. It's going to be on cooldown going into the final seconds here. DM for a quick steal to reset this timer is going to be much more difficult, especially with the way DEF have set up their push. Because they planted it so early, they can pick and choose how they wanted to play this brick, and they've set up well around being able to control ramp with Farmer Lucas being able to look down, but also play this building. If anybody pops out of this doorway, Lucas should be able to find an angle. NT trying to play that very doorway I'm talking about, but only 5 seconds on the clock. Like I said, there is zero sense of urgency on the map because everybody's comfortable going to Game 7, and that is exactly what's about to happen. DEF get the brick for free. Too late to the party. NT not willing to just full sack their lives and lose all of their gear going into round 7. DEF join the likes of 3 other teams now with the mana brick.
Yeah, I mean, that is going to make for a very interesting round 7 once we get around to that. But for the time being, it's going to be Meg yet again coming through with a little bit of that compound bow action, trying to hit the shots, trying to score a few additional points. I think especially looking at LEG even, right? There could be a big opportunity for them just to solidify the overall lead that they have. But they are currently leading by 11 points, so there's a big chance for that to play through. NC now looking to do what they can, going for even more cash here. They have been able to find that one knock, but now they have no idea where the rest of the Liquid squad is.
Well, Meg has eyes on the prize, but unfortunately not in a position to do anything about it. Gonna hope for a prayer and a dream of Skynate. See if that'll land effectively, and doesn't look like that's exactly the case, so we'll take a look at what DEF is able to do. Now, I think the big win conditions right here for all of these teams, if you see NT, you see LEG, you see now DEF, you got to wipe the lobby. This is a huge opportunity to start leapfrogging this leaderboard when it very well could go down to squad points after Game 7. If nobody has 2 bricks, all the teams that have a brick are going to be tied, and it'll go to those squad points. You get 1 for a kill, and then 1 rounded down for your total assets. So wiping this lobby and extracting could be gigantic for anybody, let alone some of the teams that are already at the top, like LEG at 55 points.
Yeah, I mean, especially for a team like Liquids, right? This would be the kind of approach for them to take. Yes, they only have 2 players in, so that does make things a little bit more challenging. But I'm not quite sure. Would they be able to close the gap enough to contest for round 7? Maybe they could. LEG, though, is going to look to move forward. They are going to be trying to lock it in, and that is exactly what they do. As BTH gets swept away, wiped on out, down to the remaining few we are. And, I mean, DM also looking to get involved in a little bit of an altercation here as they are going toe-to-toe with DEF.
This is a big fight. Again, this could dictate a lot. Somehow, it looks like DEF got quite a bit of damage up onto DM, but because they're playing low side of stairs, they're not able to just full swing on this without getting punished. So smartly going to slow things down a little bit. cook and then uncook a few nades just in case a push comes down from the high ground. And we do see, thank you to production, a quick look at one of our players deciding to take the 1 seat in the bagless extract. Nicely done. That does look like one member of NT yet again protecting some of their spoils. We've seen NT already do this before. They do it again. Take that 1 seat. Everybody else going to go out. Fight. DEF. Gonna get the early trade. Farmer Lucas, barrel stops, picks up the clean. 1 down to yellow, time for DM, and they're gonna try to swing up onto this through the smoke. Farmer Lucas and Deathwing get a full wipe. No, 1 remaining member of DM, but 2 down for free. No trades go to the side of DM, and so it is a solo versus a trio, nearly perfectly executed, and frankly, just outgunned by DEF. That is a big pickup, and DM knows it, so they're going to get out of dodge and run away from this fight. They need to protect what little loot they have left because their total assets, their total score on the right-hand side are going down, losing teammates.
Yeah, and that's not the name of the game here. You want to try and get as much as possible. So a lot of pressure now riding on the shoulders here of Crab. Let's see whether or not he can grab himself a successful extraction. Is though going to be looking over towards NT. A few warning shots, not necessarily being able to convert too much from that. But this is where DM now needs to be careful, right? Because getting a little bit overzealous here could cost them so much with regards to the overall points.
I totally agree. DM gonna have to be a hero. Crab gonna have to be a hero for DM. And he knows that is not the position to be a hero. Trying to play that heady and now getting full swung. He is racing for his life and then Ego chows it. And it looked cool, but it does not pay him any dividends. Crab couldn't get a trade and goes down. That is a full wipe on DM, which is great news if you're a DEF fan. And even better news if you're an LEG and NT fan, because DM was hot on your heels in terms of total points. And now they're just going to be hoping that you also get wiped.
Yeah, I mean, DM lost 2 points just there. Right, with that wipe, cost them 2 points. They were on 36, now they're back down to 34. So a very, very costly play there for them. But we still have 4 squads left to contest this one out. Liquids, though, they've been a little bit quiet, not looking to make too much noise just yet, as they are going to be slowly creeping up on the side of DEF. But you can see Deathwing and the rest all ready to roll as they do send a cheeky nade out. Is going to be Mr. Broody being met with that first initial bit of damage. But J-Device Meg not shy when it comes to the aggression here. So let's see how this one plays out as DF is going to try and maybe lock this one in.
We're going to dive through the incendiary and get extremely aggressive. Equal Plays gets punished for it, but he had popped the Tempest ult again. One of the only teams that have the Tempest, and the other team that could have had it, DM, are out of here already. The DEF going to try to use all their utility and more, while off-screen, LEG is picking up Meg at the incendiary from the Aluru. LEG swinging on this fight and hoping that they can get 2 teams in one, 2 birds, 1 stone, and it looks like that's exactly what's happening. Nice shots over the top. DEF in deep trouble now. They already got the brick. It isn't all over for DEF, but that means their points will not be very high going into the last round, which means DEF will likely need to get a second brick if they want to win this. They cannot rely on squad points, whereas a team like LEG certainly could. Liquid's going to try to play spoiler to everybody else that already has a brick. LEG able to restabilize as well after wiping DEF. This could be one of the final fights of the map with all 3 of these teams all around each other.
It's going to be all or nothing at this point, so let's see who's going to be the one to reign supreme. So far, LEG looking absolutely phenomenal, sitting with a 23-point lead ahead of NT, but NT still having those 2 players in this round, so they could still look to make the most out of it. But up comes Meg, quickly just having to fall back as the pressure is going to start to mount. And I mean, Liquid's now very spread out, so this opens up a bit of an opportunity for both NT and LEG to reposition and maybe continue with the pressure that they've been able to apply so far.
You got to remember too, NT, they only had a duo on the map because they sent one out. They may be one of the only players to actually extract out of the map if this fight continues for too much longer. Mr. Pooty will clean up 1 member of NT, but they stayed out here to get Mixie. Loud's not going anywhere. There's nowhere to run. The 1 extraction point, the Bagless, is already taken up by his teammate. He's going to get a read that there's a full swing of a team of 3 on the backside. A nice pickup, audio cue potential, but it's still going to have to 1v3 the best team in the lobby according to statistics of LEG. It's 66 total score right now and climbing. This could certainly go their way as well. Stinger going to be on the run, and unfortunately, when you turn your back to a member of LEG, they will cut you down. LEG net another kill and another point, adding to their total. They're slowly but surely creeping up to 70 as Meg is just putting out a highlight reel of how to use this compound bow effectively, and a nice flick actually lands. The obstinate stubbornness of Meg to continue to use this bow, farming clips, could be the demise of LEG if they're not careful.
Or it could just be... it just could, either which way, it's just going to be absolutely amazing, right? Meg just on the money there.
No way.
Ooh, actually denying LEG 7 points, right? They were up to 68.
So much money.
And now they just drop on down. Meanwhile, Liquid, I mean, they've just hit the flow state, right? Now they could just go about, make themselves absolutely filthy rich with regards to the amount of assets they can lock in. They still got 3 minutes on the clock to find as much as they can, and they've got 15 boxes to loot.
I mean, that's the way we end it. I mean, that's wild. You know, of all teams to win the map, it is nice to have one of the teams at the bottom of the leaderboard that doesn't have a mana break. If you're a team like, you know, NT, who was desperately needing to close the gap to LEG in case it does go down to a tiebreaker, that is good news. Here's the problem. NT only got 1 player out, and we can look at the total score. It's on our screen right now on the left. It's LEG, and it's not even close when it comes to squad points. Now, they did lose out on almost 9 points by getting wiped by, namely, Meg and the compound bow. But still, they've got a very comfortable lead, so it's going to come down to the second brick. And at least this Liquid squad will at least put themselves in a conversation in terms of squad points, but it really won't matter. I think if they were able to get a crazy amount of loot and all extract, and then do it again, they'd have to win the map again, pick up like a 20 mil raid and like a ton of kills to even have a conversation. And of course the brick to even tie and then play for squad points. I'm getting into semantics, but all I'm saying is this. In the next round, DK, LEG can play to stall it out and not let anybody else get the brick. Everybody else has to get a second brick if they want a chance to win.
Yeah, I mean, otherwise, you know, energy, it's theirs, right? The Jip Brazil could then walk away with that seat, right? That is what they're playing for here. So I think there's going to be a lot of tactics at play moving into our final round. And I agree, the teams will have to go full send to get their hands on that Mandel break if they want to have the seat being awarded to them. So I'm super excited to see that come through. I mean, we had last week finished with a double Mandel break play. This week, we are heading all the way to the end, all the way to the insanity that round 7 is going to be bringing in. And as we said before, right, all of the operators are going to be unlocked again. So you can choose whatever you want coming into that final round.
Yeah, it's a really good shout. It does mean that all of our teams will likely run Tempest, Toxic or Stinger, and Luna. So it's going to be a lot of the same of what we've been seeing this entire time. But a big shout out to DEF for using their advantage wisely, right? Again, I've been harping on this point because it is an important one with how strong, nice find by the way for Jada Vise, but how strong Tempest is in the current meta here in operations and especially in esports around this double Battle Brick format. And it's for that very reason what we saw from DEF. They were able to immediately start a decode not near where the brick spawns because they used the tip assault, grabbed it, got out for free, and then immediately planted it. And by the time anybody could even react, we're playing pretty timid, it allowed them to get the brick for free. Nobody else would make the play. So again, tip is extremely valuable, and DEF still have a chance, folks. But the question remains, can they go back to back? If you're a DEF fan, you're certainly hoping so. And DK, if you're a fan of any of these teams from besides LEG, you desperately need this mana break. But for a team like LEG, they can sit back, play slow, play patient, and just try to deny, and they could still win it based on squad points. A lot still on the line for round 7.
I mean, the game's so close so many times, and I just like the continuous upset that we have, right? Teams stepping up, trying to challenge anything they can here. And I mean, we've seen some steals, we've seen some beautiful strategies being utilized, and it's all going to boil down to who has the best one coming into round number 7.
We've also seen some nice compound bow shots. You know, I'll give Meg some credit, okay? They finally started landing here in this last round. Team Liquids went out the map on the back of Meg, picking up the last couple members of LEG. So we take our wins where we can get them. Let's take a look at the match leaderboard. You can see DEF didn't get much assets at all, but they do pick up the mana brick, and that's what they needed, folks. 2 kills, a few assets, but the brick puts them in contention. They could double brick back to back and potentially win it all in round 7. But LEG, they also get wiped. You've got to remember, though, that they still go positive, even though their kits were extremely expensive, because they picked up so many kills. Now, looking at DEF, only 2 kills. You can see their stats here.
Yep, it is looking pretty good for the side of DEF, but as you can see, legit, they've just been absolutely cooking it up. 8 eliminations in the bag. I mean, it's essentially like that play that you get over on Zero Dam, right? Where it's like, I call it the goblin safe, right? Where you got to go in before the gas comes. It's like that, but there's just even more. They just swimming in it, right? They just, you know, it doesn't matter. We can pick whatever we want. We've got so much techno alloy to work with. I mean, do you want something? Sure, just have it.
Yeah, hey, look, it is almost over, folks. The last round, no matter what. And I need to remind you, yes, all operators are on the board, but also the team in last gets to pick the map. You're not going to want to miss this, folks. We're going to head to round 7. It's been cinema all day, and we're about to end with a bang. We'll be right back in just a moment.
Record their movements. I'll find them.
Target acquired. Staging retrieval.
The signal's blocked. I can't pinpoint their location.
Guess it's up to me then. The echo of truth cannot be silenced.
Warning. Control system compromised.
You want to know how freedom is made? Patience. Violence. Struggle. Evolution. Transformation. Combat. Liberation.
Take Subject 42 alive.
Welcome back to America's Open Qual Stage 6, folks. We are into round 7. There's something in the water today. EMEA went to round 7. We're going to round 7 in Americas. And we've got 4 teams with a mantle brick, which means we have 4 teams that likely could win it all and get our last spot to the Pro League after all of the other 5 stages, plus other qualifiers, plus teams being invited. This will be team 12 of 12 into the Pro League. Coach DK been on the mic all day today, and DK, we've had a blast. I think the biggest question in my mind is, where are we going? The team in last gets to pick.
Yeah, Coach, that is going to be a very good question. I mean, we could go to one of 3, right? So there is quite a bit of a surprise, I think, just waiting around the bend to see exactly where we're going to be heading. But either which way, I think it is going to be an absolute banger of a game, right? Because there's so much riding on this final round, right? The big deciding play for our squads, and of course, looking at the point situation, if Liquid or BTH get their hand on the brick, it is going to go to legit Brazil, right? Because they've got the points, and I don't see not catching them.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's like the great breakdown of kind of the win condition for these teams. BTH is the team in last, which means they get to pick the map. And essentially, there's 0 chance they can win. Because if they get the brick at 16 squad points, and even if they put up a 40 squad point game, which is like 20 kills and 20 mil, okay? They're still not up to where LEG is at. So with that in mind, I'm thinking they're going to cause some chaos and send us to Tide Prison, okay? That's at least my prediction. But LEG in a very strong position, which means they're the only team that can kind of say, hey, it's okay if Liquid or BTH get the brick, or if no one gets the brick, because we will win regardless. However, if you're a team like NOT, you're a team like DM, you're a team like DEF, you have to go for this second mantle brick, or hope and pray that if nobody gets it, you wipe the entire lobby, have plenty of time to loot, and get out of the map. And even then, it would be very, very close if you drop a huge game. So I think every team will be playing for the brick very aggressively. And a team like Liquids and BTH, they're here for a dang good time. They're going to cause some chaos, and they would at least add some salt to the wound of spoiling somebody else's chances of making it into the Pro League.
Yeah, spoils are going to be all over the place here today. So I'm curious to see what's going to happen, right? Which map we're going to go to. And of course, as we were talking about the operators, right? We are going to be looking at a full-on just absolute upset, I think, coming through with regards to that, right? Tempest, we're going to have some Lunas. We could see some Toxics being played out as well. We're going to Space City.
Ooh, really?
That's going to be a fun one. Okay, so one thing, I don't want to see that final extract, right? For whomever gets their hand on this last mantle brick, right? Just don't go to the crates like we saw earlier, right?
Sure.
Don't go there.
I am very surprised, to be frank with you. I am very, very surprised we're going to Space City. It feels like an honest effort to say, hey, this has been a great competition. Let's end it in a fantastic way. No shade towards Tide Prison. It just plays quite differently from Space City. All of these teams likely going to be running, yep, this comp right here, or maybe just sub out Stinger for Toxic. All of our operators back on the board. So you're going to be seeing all meta comps, a true 6-team brutal battle for this final Mantle Brick on Space City. I'm excited to see who comes out on top. And again, we've set the win conditions already. It's just a matter of waiting for the match to get started. Again, same conversation, same operators, same meta. It is the meta right now, and every team has to run it, or you're just going to be, unfortunately, out of your wits' end to try to hopefully get the Mantle Break without a Tempest in particular, and without those smokes or recon areas to see through the smokes. Now, looking at the spawns, DK, we do know that Not had a T1 spawn, and DEF had a T1 spawn that time around. So into this next rep, you will not see them there. Now, it doesn't mean that if you have a T1 spawn, you will get the brick first, or that you will necessarily, win. But it does give you a nice advantage to get to that brick first, where it spawns, and hopefully set up a bit of a trap for your opponents, or just steal it and run away and start the decode first.
Yeah, I mean, so many different tactics at hand here. Interesting to see Liquids, though, going for a slightly more defensive approach here, right? With them including Shepard in their loadout. We've got a bit of that Gizmo coming in there as well. But the rest of the board is pretty much Luna, Tempest. We see Toxic in there. We've got a little bit of not Shepard. I keep on saying Shepard. Stinger coming through as well. So it is going to be a very exciting round here for the teams to get the ball rolling. And off we go with some early crossbow hits as, Luna trying to scout it out.
Yeah, and again, LEG, they get the T1 spawn at Westgate, and it looks like DM are going to swing on them immediately. We have to pay attention to this fight, because it could be the difference maker in LEG having a deep problem. And speaking of a problem, it couldn't get any worse than this. A classic Westgate move, stop at the bridge, don't smoke correctly, or unfortunately just get unlucky. LEG down to a solo, 2 down, nearly irrecoverable. LEG fans are aghast right now at what just happened. Uh-oh. This leaderboard is going to be wide open.
Oh, it's going to be a super exciting round, though, that we have ahead of us. As you can see, the rest of LEG, though, just trying to cool off in the drink here, having a bit of a swim, enjoying the scenery. Curious to see where they're going to decide to come out, though. Yeah.
I gotta jump in, because one thing I noticed just a second ago, we saw the passing of Lapua ammo from the side of DEF. You and I were talking during the break if DEF was gonna bring in that AWM that they pulled in Zero Dam that they've been holding on to for so long. It seems like they had enough money to make sure that they used their 5 bullets. They're passing that ammo around. Here's a quick look at it, and you can actually see in the replay the ammo. DEF should have the on this map, as LEG are down to a solo. A lot at stake here. And DEF are not going to leave it up to any luck. They're going to try to use all the firepower they have.
Yep, it means they mean business coming into this final round here today. I would love to see a little bit of that AWAM action. I know you call it the arm. I love to call it the AWAM because that's just what it does, right? It just goes wham! The shots.
Sure.
Regardless of where you use it. But now, NT, I like the setup here coming through from NT as well, right? Not necessarily going to be pushing to the brick itself, but they are going to be waiting for right at the potential decoding station.
NT throwing down some shots, trying to get a tag on DEF. We're going to go for the steal, likely with the Tempest hold up. Couple people meet at the doorway, bash their skulls against each other, and it looks like DEF come out better for it. They at least get the knock, but Pecky from DM gets the brick. A much better position for DM. Took quite a bit of damage, but didn't fall. I want to say that actually came from the Havoc auto tank there. Also a bit of damage to maybe the boss, but either way you look at it, DM get the brick, and they go back to the same decoding station 3 times in a row. Outside of Centrifuge. Here we go, folks. Same old classic esports here with Delta Force. Let's see who comes out on top. It does look like after a long wait, LEG was able to swing back for a couple reses.
Yeah, so far it might be some point of recovery at hand here for the side of LEG. Of course, that is going to bring them right back up to a 2-piece. As, now going for the third. Oh, this is actually looking very hopeful, right? Fortunately for LEG, though, there was no confirmations, right? It was just you know, they're still managing to hold on by a slither here. And now it is going to be down to our next point of contention as DEF just patiently waiting, trying to get themselves a little bit closer. Are they going to try and go for that Vandal break or just try and wipe out a few squads along the way? Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah, it's a good call out. You know, it's funny. LEG, I assume, I didn't see all the looting come through, but I assume LEG, the 2 players that just got revived with Yellow Timer, probably don't have a gun on them. Likely got looted by DM on their way into mid-map. I didn't see how fast they went by those 2 bodies, but that's certainly what I would have done to make sure if they do get back up, they're not going to be as big of a problem with loadout weapons. But you can see quite a bit of looting here from Liquids. Again, if Liquids does have a win condition, it's that they find all of the most valuable items you could possibly find on the map. There is, I know a lot of people say this, oh, just find the Heart of Africa. Unfortunately, it is not in our esports server. Heart of Africa can't be found. But otherwise, there's plenty of other great multi-million-dollar, $4 million key cards you could potentially find, etc. Liquid's only win con is find like 40 million in loot and also get the brick. Good luck.
Yeah.
Hey, or just wipe the lobby and get those kills too and half that loot value. I don't know. You can find 20 mil.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like small numbers, right? 20, 40 mil, psh, easy day at the office, right? It's going to be, yeah, quite a bit of a mountain for them to try and climb up. But you can see Liquid really just capitalizing on a lot of those reds, just raking them in one after the other. So it does seem like, yeah, Liquids are going to be prioritizing quite a bit of that looting phase. Meanwhile, DM, they are just going to try and defend the Mandel break for the time being. But again, doesn't seem like the squads are too crazily worried about pushing on forward, right? At DM so far, they've got a minute 30 on the clock. No one has moved up to contest it just yet, but that could change in just a mere moment.
Here we go, folks. This can't be a free brick. Not this time around. DM already have one. This will give them the win and give them the spot into the Pro League. Everybody else knows it. They all got the ping in game that one of the 4 teams that already has a mana brick is currently decoding it. DM in complete control. This is very late pushes across the board from all of our teams. NT going to be the first of the alleyway, at least playing underneath. Let's see where they're at. No, they are up ahead. They're through the alley, and they pop the Tempest ult to go for the steal and get caught in transition. Of course they do. DM got here early, and they have held every corner. They've got a push from DEF down below, trying to zone that off with a few shock arrows. This is an opportunity for somebody to steal it. LEG here. DM confused, troubled, but now causing a bit of chaos down below. They're going to full swing on this. They don't have to play for the brick. It's already been stolen. They need to play for the full team wipe, and they're able to get 1, 2, 3 down. See ya later, DEF. They will not go back-to-back. They are the first team out of this lobby. DM lose the decoding station, but they win out inside of Centrifuge. This is a big win for them to restake their claim on the buildings just outside of the decoding station and then go for the retake and the re-steal. It's BTH in complete control, or sorry, current control over the decoding station, but nowhere near complete control of this entire alleyway.
And I think this is where DMNT, the objective here for them is going to try and re-steal that, right? Because if DTH gets it, oh, beautiful wipe though here by DM. But if DTH walk away with that brick, that gives this the seat, it gives that ticket right over to the side of LEG, right? And they got to be very happy with that. So I'm expecting quite a bit of pressure now coming through here as BTH are going to try and defend. It is going to be Liquids pushing up on the ramp. But DM still keeping their presence right there in the lovely Centrifuge. Not going to be looking to waste too much of an opportunity, but the pressure is going to keep on rolling on up. But DTH slowly feeling the crumble come through.
Yeah, nice trades back and forth between Team Liquids and BTH. Again, neither of those teams are currently a team that could even really have a chance at a win condition. You see a few almost well-placed nades. BTH barely able to tuck away from that one. DM will get a re-steal here because there was so much pressure on BTH. They couldn't hold the decoding station or even be able to play for it at all. So DM back in control. They have player advantage. They have sight lines on the decoding station. They have backup control of the Centrifuge building. They know that there's teams fighting around ramp. They know there's at least 2 there. What they don't know is that NT have, you can see them yellow. They have decided to wrap all the way around, going to come up the backside of ramp and third party this fight on ramp, pick up Team Liquid's in transition, and likely the last remaining member of BTH, if he's not utiled out here by DM. And then it's going to be a 3v3 around Brick that has 2 minutes on it. And LEG are going to come in limping to the party much later.
Yeah, it does seem like that is definitely a feasible kind of play out that we could be looking at here. But NT, though, they are going to have to face the music versus Meg, right? Meg is going to try and make it quite difficult as long as they possibly can. We're not seeing that compound bow being utilized this time around. Meg now going for a lot more of a serious approach here. Liquid pushing forward. I like this play from them as they go in for the steal as well. And so this is where DM now needs to do all that work once more to get it back under their control. But the contention is going to start to rise. There's more teams now moving to position. NT, up they come.
NT with a nice wrap. Instead of going up through ramp, they're going to come up from the bottom side of this building. It's the exact same push that DEF made. They're just getting in at the right time. Once DM was distracted, they've lost one in transition. It's a 2 players left for DM, 2 players left for NT. They are able to grab the body, though, with a couple errant shots down range just to make these NT players think twice about their push. Both teams will back up, lick their wounds, and then reassess the decoding station, as this Liquid squad technically have control of it, and there's 70 seconds remaining. You don't have a ton of time, and LEG knows it. They're going to get aggressive with their Tempest, pop the ult, try to trade one out. They don't get it.
Yeah, DM also still in the fight here, quickly just bringing themselves back up to 3 Ps, but they're going to have to contest that mantle break. There's a minute left on the clock, and the pressure is really starting to mount. It does seem like Liquid, though, they're trying to freeze any potential contention coming through onto it, as NT is going to come up the ramp, but quickly getting deterred here as Device is going to try and lock it down.
45 seconds on the clock, folks. LEG will not make a play for a steal here. If this Liquid's team gets this mantle brick, this is likely going to be an LEG win, especially if they just run, tuck tail, and hide and get to an extract. J-Devi is in deep trouble. He goes down to some utility, and even more utility from NT connects. Liquid's now with 2 down. Mr. Pooty yet again gonna have to be the hero for the 4th map in a row as a solo. Let's see what he can do as the drill charges on the outside, and a data knife swings over to the other side. Sorry, actually a shock arrow. Nobody's running Hat Claw right now. It's all Lunas all day, and Mr. Pooty is in deep trouble, but they're going to get the brick, and that means likely LEG are going to win this. Without being able to see it, we look at the timer just barely in the nick of time before they die. Liquids get the mantle brick, which means we've got 5 teams with the mantle brick, but Liquids and DEF are wiped. It's going to come down to score, and LEG have a 13 and now 12-point lead over their opposition. What a weird way to finish this round 7. It's looking like LEG's map, but DK, I don't know where we go from here.
I mean, the only option is going to be NT or DM looking to just wipe what is left of this lobby and go for the biggest amount of bank that they can pocket, right? They're going to have to just cram everything, just put some stuff in their ears, put something on their pinky, like just go absolutely crazy. But slowly but surely we can see NT now trying to close the gap. They're already now just 9 points behind. And so if they can follow through and maybe contest DM, this would allow them a little bit more of that flexibility, but the pressure is going to be pretty high at this point.
What a wild way to end it, folks. Talking about win conditions right now, it is still technically possible for NT or DM to surpass LEG. You got to remember, LEG, they've lost a ton of score, but they're winning the gunfights. Unbelievable setup and nice trades with the help of DM. Down goes NT, their full wipe. DM might be the last players remaining on this map. LEG down to a solo. DM just wiped 2 full teams, nearly all of them in a blink of an eye. DM still have a chance. There is a 6-point differential between LEG and DM, and EXX is on the run, and he is showing back to his opponents. He goes down. LEG might have just thrown the game to DM. 3 points difference. We got to try to get out of the map. We got to try to stuff our safe boxes. We got to loot like crazy, because that's how close this leaderboard is going into what will be yet again today another tiebreaker.
Wow. What insanity are we witnessing right here? I absolutely love it. It is so it's so jam-packed with chaos. But now this is going to be that opportunity for DM to get their hands on every single piece of loot that they can find here. Fortunately, though, there are quite a few players that came in with everything they had left to try and bag on up. Now, DM slowly closing that gap. As you can see, the window is going out. It's 1 point currently standing between DM and a big setup here for LEG.
This is insane. I mean, DM's going to extract. They should have time. They're pulling both the levers right now. And there they go. They've just jumped LEG on the leaderboard. And it came down to that one fight up at dormitory. LEG just scammed. They just made a mistake. They were nearly perfect throughout the course of the day. They lost so much loot and had to play around this extraction, or sorry, the mantle break, the decoding station, was not even loadout weapons, not even what they came in with, because those two teammates got looted. They lost a ton of points just on kits alone, and the levers have been pulled. We look at the timers, and again, it is a 7-second differential. 7 seconds is the difference between DM winning this and LEG winning this game because of what Liquids was able to do.
Wow. I mean, that's absolutely insane, right? They are literally cutting it down to the wire, and they're not even done looting yet, right? They are, however, already up to 11.2 million with regards to the assets that they've been able to capitalize on so far. And I mean, they still have quite a bit of time left on the clock to get their hands on anything available to them. But a quick look back at the insanity that we had unraveling, trying to contest the position here, and DM just wrapping it up right there, at least for the side of DEF.
Yeah, it was such a good read on DEF to be able to hold that high ground position. Pushing up the stairs is so difficult. So once they got the early knock and DM saw that the mana break had already been stolen, they knew they could just chow down below. But then there towards the end, they just chow everything and they're winning the gunfights. They played so slow earlier in the last Space City map and they kind of got bailed out by NT. But this time around, they killed nearly everybody on the map, and that is the reason they are leapfrogging to the top of this leaderboard. Unbelievable job to wipe the map in the nick of time. Team Liquids, of course, get the brick, which means it comes down to the squad points, and now it's not even going to be close. We're hyping up this idea or this ability of LEG to potentially waylay, install this thing out, and let a team like Liquids get the brick, and they could still possibly win. But the one caveat to that, the asterisk, was that they needed to stay alive. And they got nearly full team wiped off rip. I mean, their kits were so expensive that they lost so many points.
See, the only trouble that DM has now is like, which weapon, which one is worth more? What loader do I want to go? By how many points do I want to win, right? As they now climb up to an absolute insane total assets, sitting on 48.6 million, and they are yet to extract. So, I mean, they are having an absolute blast, just capitalizing on as much assets as they can find.
Unbelievable job. Of course, we'll let the final math come through. There's so many what ifs, right? If you're an LEG fan, there's so many like, okay, brick gets grabbed, it gets decoded, we have the lead technically, we know we just need to stay alive. What if we just full bail? What if we bail completely out of all engagements and run away, maybe go camp the switches for the extract? Because if you just prevent DM from even extracting, maybe you're still able to win. There were so many question marks, but they just weren't fully kitted, and they decided to take some fights and got punished for it. And DM, they earned their right to be into the Pro League, especially in this map. DK, what a way to finish this one.
Yeah, what a tactful way. And masterclass in just, you know, big braining away to the very end. Absolutely well-deserved play going through here for them. But yeah, DM, they're not done just yet, right? They still have to get out. Oh, they gotta make it though. The timer is so close. Yes, they will.
Again, look at the timers though. It's literally a 7-second difference If things would have been waylaid a little bit longer, if a couple things had been passed back and forth, we'd be scratching our heads and saying, does the math check out when they don't extract? I don't know if it does. Now, they did pick up so many kills at the end. You got to remember how much value that gives you. 800k in technical alloy per kill and 1 extra squad point per kill. So I think because they wiped most of the lobby, it's the reason they're going to be at the top of the leaderboard. Of course, these are all unofficial results. This is our hypotheses, but what we saw in game and what we saw from DM likely will put them at the top and will likely have them win the tiebreaker based on squad points. I cannot believe, DK, that in 2 matches today between EMEA and Americas, we go to Game 7 and we have 5 teams with the mantle break at the end of the competition, and it comes down to tiebreakers. I've never seen that in one day of competition between 2 regions. Very special treat here for the last chance to make it to the Pro League for both regions.
I mean, maybe this is the start of something exciting, right? We've already seen this, such an upset being played across the board. The teams just working their absolute best out on these out on the battlegrounds, and I mean, it was absolute cinema, as you said, right? Just so much excitement, so much happening. But as we know, it all has to come to an end at some point. And from what we've seen, DM has a pretty high probability chance to walk away with that seat. But of course, we're not here to do math. We have people, right? We know a guy, he's really good with a calculator, and he'll do the numbers for us.
Yeah, that's right. We'll get the final confirmation before we do anything official, but a very fun last map. And again, DM, they threw the kitchen sink and everything with it at their opponents and picked up so many kills. But again, you've got to at least tip your hat to Liquids to say, hey, at least toss it up to a tiebreaker. Let's make things interesting. They get the mantle brick, and immediately after, literally within a second after of getting that decode, get full wiped. What a wild circumstance to push us into that tiebreaker. But hey, that's Delta Force Esports, baby. That's how it goes. Sometimes it's crazy, it's wacky, and it felt like every game today played so different than competitions in the past because everybody was scratching and scraping to try to be first to get the last spot to the Pro League. While we have a moment, DK, I want to shout out a few teams that were not in today's competition. I've been saying this all day. This is the last chance. This was stage 6 of these qualifiers, and we've got a couple teams that have already made it to the Pro League. We saw Never Lose win in stage 3. We saw Swag win in stage 3 as well. Both of those 2 teams, if you're a fan of Articuno, Momo, Loco, all of those guys, they've already made it into the Pro League. They did that in stage 3. You got a chance to cast over them. And then Evo as well. But also, let's take a look at today. This is round 7, and this is where things got crazy because this is just the round 7 leaderboard. Liquids get the brick. They get a couple kills. But I think the reason DM win, look at that, 11 kills. You can't write a better script than that. 11 total kills is 11 extra points plus 800k. That is so much Technic Alloy across the board. It's like 9.6 mil or something in Technic Alloy just from those kills, DK. Unbelievable job.
It's insane. I mean, yeah, it's an absolute field day that they've been able to have out in this final round. So I'm so excited to see what the overall tally is going to be. But Meg, even though, you know, Liquids weren't able to pull much out of the bag, they still were able to do quite a bit of work here. And I'm happy that I chose Liquids, right? That was the team that I gave a shout out to, my pick for the day. Did they win? No, but did they play the upset? Were they a menace? Yes, and I love it.
Look, I saw some folks say, what are you talking about? Meg was awesome with the combat belt. I agree, okay? No trash talk here. However, Meg did ditch the compound bow going to the last round, and they got the mantle break. I don't know what to tell you. It was a fun rep from Liquids. Big shout out to all of those guys. And also a big shout out to Jay Devise. I've been casting over that guy for like 5 years and multiple titles. It's great to see him here with Delta Force Esports making it all the way to stage 6. Unfortunately, Team Liquids certainly do not have enough in the total assets category to get their squad points up high enough to be in contention. We likely know who will be there, but again, we're waiting on that final confirmation. And again, let me finish my shout outs here. We talked about NL and Swag both in that stage 3. Evo did win in stage 5. Actually, earlier today, not on broadcast, they won in 4 rounds. They did double brick. And then Inc as well. If you're wondering where the Beast himself, Killsall, was in the full roster, they're Too Easy and Skies. They did win earlier. But today, another team joining them. Folks, 22 total kills and 70 squad points. D-Man Esport has joined the likes of Inc, Evo, Swag, NL never lose as a team that's making it into the Pro League based on what they were able to achieve in the open qualifiers. We thought it couldn't be possible, and they proved us wrong. DK, what a day.
Yeah, they demanded some respect throughout the rounds here today, so gotta love what they did here. I mean, that's a hefty point to rack up. 70 squad points is gonna look pretty good, pretty comfortable for them. But yeah, very impressive overall. I like how they just kept the pace going, right? Just being right there, being involved the whole time. And at the end of the day, it paid off phenomenally for them. I think a big contribution to the overall assets they were able to walk away with was this last round, right? Round number 7, they just bagged all of it. Because remember, everybody just spent all they had left.
Yeah. No, and again, that total assets also includes the money you get from 800K per kill. So you're like, wow, that math may not check out. And you're like, no, it definitely does. They had 11 kills, folks. Unbelievable in terms of the total assets just from that last round because of the amount of kills. They just wiped the lobbies. And again, it's a big tip of the hat to DM because they knew their win con. They knew that if they were the team to make it into the Pro League, they were going to have to wipe the lobby. They desperately needed those squad points, and they were able to do just that. So 70 total points. It really ended up not being that close. LEG, unfortunately, lost out early in that engagement. Here's a quick look at their overall stats, DK.
Yeah, pretty impressive, right? Just over 7,000 damage that they were able to bring on through. The assist also quite heavy. 21 alongside the 22. So, yeah, I mean, D-Man Esports, they've been absolutely cooking it up today. So happy for them that they were able to close it off and walk away with that final available seat to wrap up our 12 teams moving into that into the big stage, right? Moving into the Pro League, and I'm super stoked for them. But of course, now the hard work only begins, because now, as you said, they are going to be rubbing shoulders with teams like Never Lose, right? Inc is going to be there as well, so they're going to have to up the ante here if they want to maybe play a few more of these, you know, surprise steals coming through as we make it into that next league.
Yeah, truly a team effort from this roster. A couple more stats just to show. 7, 8, 7 kills. They all played together as a team, played very well out of Centrifuge in the last rep, and they pick up a full team wipe over and over and over again for 11 total kills. And again, they only had, what, 22 total kills? So they picked up 11. They picked up half of their kills in the last map when they desperately needed it most. Very cool to see a team stand that tall on one final round, folks. And yes, DM will be joining the rest of the teams over in the Pro League. Again, if you're unfamiliar with how that works, it's not fully been announced yet, but what we do know is there will be 12 teams. 5 of them have come here from open qualifiers now, with the 5th being DM, joining Inc, Evo, Swag, and NL. You probably know a lot of those rosters, and you'll certainly continue to get to know this DM roster. DM is a fun roster. They've been around for a long time. They are mostly around the North American hemisphere, or the North American continent and area between Canada and the USA. And they've got some folks that are currently residing in the US from other countries as well, which is really cool to see kind of an international aspect of this team, but regionally all located nearby. One quick other shout out, by the way, DK. We also have another team that has made it into the Pro League, Broken Meta BM, if you've ever heard of them, that is Smile, Slept, and Crisp with their coach Profit, who've actually made it into the Pro League as Team Nadeshot. We had a Team Nadeshot qualifier not too long ago. Nadeshot's bringing his own team into the Pro League. So we actually have 6 confirmed teams already into the Pro League with these 5 and that Team Nadeshot roster after they beat out the likes of some of these other teams that have also made it into the Pro League. So 6 out of the 12. I'm excited to reveal more as we get closer to the Pro League debut not too long away.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. I mean, I'm on board, right? I want to see what these teams are going to be bringing. If this was just the open qualifiers, right, I can only imagine the insanity that is going to be erupting on the screen once we get over into the Pro League. But yeah, super excited to see how the teams will look to kind of up the ante, and how far can they really push it? I mean, based on what we've seen coming through from our 6 stages of gameplay, the answer is a lot, right? There's been a lot. There's so many games that ended in the double Mandel bricks. And of course, quite a few that we had that went the full distance all the way to round number 7. So yeah, I just love everything that's happening on the screen here.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. It's going to be a lot of fun whenever we get to the Pro League, folks. We are not done with the show yet because I am getting word we are getting an interview set up currently. That is with, of course, the winner, DM, but it's going to be with Crab. So we'll get a chance to talk to Crab and see what was going through their head in the final moments. I think in particular what was going through their head in the final moments of round 6, were they saying, hey, we don't have a chance? I don't know. There's a lot of questions for this DM roster, and especially the firepower that they brought in round 7. And so excited to get that interview underway here shortly. And I'm sure they're going to be very excited. We want them to go celebrate as well. But got a chance to hear from the champions is always a treat here in the booth if we can get them all teched in.
Yeah, it's gonna be quite a bit of fun, I guess. I mean, yeah, like speaking about what Crab and the team has been doing, right? They were just playing such masterful bits of strategies that we've seen, right? And I think it would be pretty good to hear from the man himself. You know, as you said, what was the kind of thinking going from round 6 into round 7? You know, did they think that they stood a chance? Did they think that there was a bit of an opportunity for them to come in and steal the entire show from the side of LEG? We know the answer is yes, but I'm curious to hear from them.
Yeah, and again, when you think about this DM roster, where they came from, you know, in stage 5, which happened earlier today, it wasn't on broadcast, they did get second in that B group that was going on. And of course, losing out to Inc, I believe. But even still, even with getting second, they still had 18 elims. And so this is a team that definitely can frag out. Got a little slow start today, but ended with an absolute bang. So it's fun to see them. I'm sure they're really excited at the fact that they were able to get second and then like barely missed out. And they're able to close it out in this last rep. It'll be fun to see what they have to say. But, you know, thinking back on some of the highlights of today, going 7 rounds means there's a ton of them that we can talk about. But DK, I want to ask you the question. Any big moments that were some of your favorites from the 7 games we got to watch that quite literally went as far as it possibly could?
I would say definitely stepping into our second Mantle Brick round, right? Coming back from a little bit of that tight prison play, just looking at the kind of approach and pacing that the teams look to bring on through. So, you know, I would say round 4 for me was definitely the most exciting one, based on just the change-up that the teams look to bring on in. But the overall rising one, obviously the last one of the day, because there was just so much insanity happening out on the battlefield. But yeah, what about you? Which one for you was the standout play for the day?
Well, I think just to wrap things up here, folks, I did get confirmation. Unfortunately, Crab won't be able to join us. I'm sure they're celebrating elsewhere, maybe not paying attention to their Discord. So just go let DM know that we said congrats. And I'm sure you'll be hearing from them. A lot of these players do stream themselves. You can check them out, find them on all of their socials. We won't be talking to Crab. My favorite moment of the day to wrap things up, DK, frankly, was just casting with you. It was great to be back with Delta Force and seeing great matches. I was walking into today and I was saying, I really hope we go to game 7 so we get that hype, that cinema that it deserves. This open qualifier process has been brutal, and to see it go all the way to game 7, quite literally the longest it could possibly go, and have 5 teams on a mana brick, I couldn't have asked for anything better. So I'll ask you one more time, any closing thoughts for today's broadcast, any final words before we close things out?
Yeah, no, just shout outs to DM, right? Absolute monsters. Love seeing what they can bring out onto the battlefield, and I look forward to seeing all our qualified teams making it into the Pro League. Super excited to see the Pro League just playing out. And of course, big thank you to everybody, right? Thank you to you as well.
Thank you. I appreciate it, DK. You were a blast to cast with. It's been a ton of fun today. Folks, this has been the Delta Force Regional Tournament here with Season 1, Americas and EMEA all wrapped up for the open qualifiers. Here, Stage 6 was a blast. And again, EMEA also went to round 7. We've got our 5 EMEA teams into the Pro League, many others invited or other ways that they get there. More will be revealed. But here in Americas, one more time, shout out to NL, Swag, Evo, Inc., BM, now Team Nasha, and of course DM today, D-Man Esports, who have all made it to the Pro League for Americas. You'll be seeing them in a couple months' time. Pay attention to socials, folks. I want to give you one last reminder to drop a follow on all major socials here with Delta Force, because there's more coming, more roadmaps, more details on this Pro League, and everything you'll want to know about these teams and the other teams that will be joining them very, very soon. But for now, that's all I've got for you. Thanks for tuning in. And one last reminder that we couldn't do it without you, the viewer. We'll see you in another Delta Force Esports broadcast.